Hello, and welcome back to a lovely little game of Fractured Shadows, a game of Daggerheart Homebrew with online friends. I am your host and game master of this lovely little show, Shade, also known as PlagueDoctorShade. And here with us, as per usual, are my lovely friends Statica, VoodooVixen, and Thorn. What's up, guys? How you doing? It's been a couple weeks.
Hello. Doing good. Vibing.
Hello.
No, especially that it's not scorching outside.
True. Very true. It's fucking...
Just a more acceptable temperature.
It has been very hot, but I've been getting a lot of rain over here myself, so I like... It's been a time.
Send it some my way.
Yeah, I need to send it your way so you stop having wildfires.
Listen, bro, it's not my fault. We're trying.
Hey man, I didn't say it's anyone's fault. I just say you guys are suffering through some serious wildfires.
Yeah.
I know.
Anyway.
Literally every province surrounding
You know
me
who
is
you
on
are.
fire right now.
Bleh. Anyway,
I know who I am.
I would hope so. So, before we get things rolling, a couple of things before we begin, a couple reminders, if you will. First and foremost, to a warning to everyone in the chat and everyone watching later on, this is a mature Daggerheart experience. This game will include depictions of adult themes such as drug and alcohol use, sexual themes, psychological torments, gore, body horror, and potentially much, much more. You have been advised. Second, aside from the characters that I make and the characters that my players make, we do not own anything aside from the world that the characters inhabit. We do not own the music, nor any other potential pictures or sources of media, unless I specify otherwise. In terms of visuals, those are all pulled from Pinterest or other various sources. Please do consider that as well. And that's essentially it. So, my friends, are we ready to get back into the wonderful world of Shebdalan?
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Very
Let's
good.
go.
Let's go.
So, last we left off, morning had come, and the time for action has as well, as the heroes of Bright Willow plan their next move. With Merkon away, Akuji, Raylig, and Leonin all discuss a plan over breakfast. Ogren stumbles up to them hungover and curious about their departure from town. When questioning the dwarf about who to talk to in regards to the town's history and the old demon coven of yore, the witches, Ogren makes mention of heading towards the Grand Guild Hall or to speak with one of the Bright Willow's Haven's oldest residents, Jezerine. The party concurs amongst each other that speaking to the farmer would be the best of the two, to which Ogren makes mention he would inquire at the guild hall for them amongst the league and to have someone ready and waiting for them upon arrival. The band traverses towards the outskirts of Bright Willow Haven, surveying the golden landscape of farms and countryside before coming across a large plot of land with watermelons, pumpkins, and several various consumable vegetation growing alongside it. They spot the familiar dark-skinned farmer who invites them in. Answering their question, Jezerine informs the group that while she was aware of what was going on at the time, and the threat that has occurred, she herself does not remember much about her direct confrontation with the Coven of Witches. She does, however, note that the current council of Bright Willow Haven did their utmost best after the mayor had... Mayor was found to have been doing nefarious side activities for self-gain, that of the previous mayor, at least. With the help of Lalandros, who arrived in town around the same time as the Coven's attacks, Bright Willow had surprisingly prospered, and so it has begun. She did note, however, that prices for goods have raised, and the taxes in the town have increased with Lalandros' intervention. Outside of that, when asked, she mentioned the sound prior to hearing things in the forest was that of gurgles and groans, merely assuming it might have been someone hitting the bottle a bit too hard, or snoozing nearby in a ditch. Jezerine lets it known that if the party decided to go investigate, that she would immediately head towards the Hunter's Charter to inform them of the impromptu job, wanting them to be paid for their exploits. Immediately going to solve this problem before anything else, the party ventures back into Bright Willow Forest, only to come across a small amassing set of old skeletons, the same skeletons that rose from before a few days ago that tried to cause harm to Akuji and Merkon in their previous investigation. A harrowing battle ensues, with Akuji showing the true testament of her magical abilities, with Leonin just barely scraping by. They return to the guild hall with a testament to their accomplishment in hand, a very large rusted greatsword that shares the similar make of the spear that was lodged in the bear. The party is paid in full for a job well done, and hands off the sword to the charter to have it compared with the spear they found, to see if there's anything of likeness to that, the old demon metal they found previously. Heading back to the Adventurers League, Algren finds them stating that a couple of people were present before the Coven came to town, two of the known individuals spoken of being the polite receptionist, Flan, and the hall master himself, Sebastian Windblade. Just as the group is about to begin their questioning, two unlikely individuals enter the hall as they lock eyes with the commanders of the Shadowbark Brigade, the mysterious masked elf with a cloak around most of his body, and the large former paladin of Rhyme, Anissa Coldlight. And just as we are about to enter that confrontation between most of our intrepid heroes, we go back, little couple hours back, as a matter of fact, earlier in the day, to Merkon. Merkon, you have awoken, and surprisingly enough, you do not seem to be suffering from anything that is bothersome this time. Whatever the illness has happened so far, it seems like the last couple days have been harsh, but this time it's more dormant, and it definitely does surprise you when you don't wake up in a coughing fit. You do hear the sound of footsteps, as many of the party members have gone downstairs for breakfast. What would you be doing at this point in time, considering everything that has happened the previous night before?
Being that Merkon's already planning on deviating as much from the party as possible and trying to keep the lowest profile he can at this time, Merkon's going to not go out through the door. He'll be going out the window in the same way that he did before. Not to hide from people outside, but just not to be seen by his party.
Okay. Very well. So you proceed to go out the window and essentially not make a commotion this early in the morning. Would you say that you would have gotten up earlier than usual then, if that's the case?
I think this would more than likely be the case.
Okay.
Even though he did not get the best of sleep, considering what happened the night before, he is a hunter. He knows how to run off of little sleep for the most part.
Of course, makes a lot of sense. So we'll say that doors are opening, particularly one, and I think that this is perhaps maybe someone going to the restroom, but you do hear the familiar hum of Beatrice as she's walking down the hallway, preparing to set up shop. As she does live here on the 3rd floor. About this time, you would probably be getting ready. You're already preparing for the day ahead. Do you look in the mirror at all?
No. As a matter of fact, he has nothing to check on himself. He just simply made his way out, and already, like he's locked into this mission already. The second he opened his eyes, he went straight there.
All right, very good.
Went straight to where his next move is.
Very well. You would note that it is raining when you step outside, as seems to be that a passing storm had already come and gone, but now you're left with the remnants of rain, and you do see that the clouds do seem to end like farther off in the horizon, since you are again in plains. So it's easy to see, but you do see more dark clouds on the horizon that come after, suggesting that this is just a small reprieve from the downfall.
Okay.
So this one is a bit more... less intense, I should say.
Time.
Okay. So,
Okay.
ignore this fact that the storm sounds. It's the only noise I have that's rain. Anywho.
It's all good.
So, what is your objective specifically for this early in the morning?
Merkon, rather than trying to speak with more of the locals themselves, he has been more haunted by how interesting and startling it was when he was the only one to have been attacked by such a strange monster in the library. It's starting to make him feel like there's more to that place that he can find answers to.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to try to make his way back to the Adventurers Guild Hall and request access back to the books with the, information on the demonic invasions.
Sure. So you head back over to the Grand Guild Hall really early in the morning, probably around like 7 a.m. The Guild Hall seems to just be opening up a bit as you see the lovely Florkin woman Rose Dove actually entering in first thing in the morning, and she gives you a nod, but she doesn't say anything, still looking half asleep herself. But you do find yourself going towards the left upon the entryway, and right back towards the receptionist desk, where you see Flan chilling and drinking a cup of coffee.
As a note for Merkon, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to finish off by saying he would notice you and give you a small smile and a nod, but does not say anything.
Yeah. With the rain being as it is, Merkon would have actually had placed a hood to cover his face up. Specifically, a little hood he has that actually has two ends for his jester hat. So the bells are still jingling, but they're a little muffled in there. And so he makes his way up to Flan. Good morning, Flan. He's a little more muted today in his voice.
Morning, Merkon. Morning. How can I help you?
I just wanted to ask if that clearance from Rose Dove was still active for gaining access to the archives regarding the demonic activities in Bright Willow.
I could go ask her. I mean, it's been a couple days since you guys went to the archives? I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. This early in the morning, at least.
I certainly want you to be in trouble either. He has a small smile on his face that's just barely visible.
Well, if you can wait a moment, I can go ahead and just double check. I don't know if you guys have said you're finished with your investigation or not, but I'll go make sure, just to make sure the paperwork's still in order. And with that, he lets out a very loud yawn, where you hear the very hint of a growl, a reminiscence of what beastkin he is, which is that of a large cat. You could assume possibly a jaguar. It's hard to say, but he does walk over the other side. In a few moments, you hear a little bit of muttering, very quiet. You can't hear it. It's that early in the morning kind of muttering. And a few seconds later, he does come back over, sits back down on the desk, and stretches. Well, good thing for you, considering you haven't officially, concluded your investigation yet. That would be a yes. Are you, wanting to access them right now, or are you waiting for your friends?
Well, we do plan on leaving today towards the
Oh.
night, so this would be our last chance before we take our leave.
Oh, I see. Color me a little bit curious as I guess, mage's instinct or whatever you want to call it. But if you're leaving today, why would you need to look more into the archives? Looking for something else?
Just something that has kind of given us a little confusion. Something that I think a little clarity through some of the excerpts will allow us to rest easy on our report and share more as we can before we leave.
Make a presence check with advantage because you are talking to a mage.
I'm, okay. I guess in the way I said it, would you count that as me allowing to use a hope for my Midas's tongue?
Yes, as a matter of fact. As this is a similar instance.
Yeah, okay.
Double checking knowledge, double checking goods, same thing. That is a crit. Holy fuck.
That's... We're so back!
Not just a fucking
starting off
crit,
strong.
but double 12s is crazy. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? Oh, it was a 3. Okay, I thought that was a 6. Like, this is kind of rigged. I'm not gonna lie, man.
I've been... While you weren't looking, I got into your systems.
Wait.
I am the
Alright.
DM now.
Takes your character, strangles him to death. Alright, man.
It's strangled me
Thanks.
with the character sheet.
Yeah, literally. So Flan does take a look at you. He gives you a nod. Well, I suppose I can respect that. Well, no problem at all. Yeah, come on in. We'll get you all settled in. And he looks between you and like the empty like hallways. Tell you what. If you don't cause too much of a ruckus for me this morning, I'll just leave you be, because I gotta be here by the front desk to make sure some of the fellas check in and do their jobs today. And I don't want to catch flack waiting for one person that's in the archives, alright? You think you can handle that?
I'll be in and out before you even notice I'm gone.
He motions you back behind the desk. And in the same fashion that he did before, he opens the doorway to what you would assume would be the office that leads downstairs into the vault. And the couple of keys, he just flicks through them, opens the metal gateway that leads to the access to the vault, and you see the barrier shut down for a moment. And then after that, he motions over to the little wall in the back that seems to be mostly bare, and he does his arcane symbols. The circle forms in midair, he presses the center of it, and you see the wall shimmer away and lift up, and you see the same old doorway appear last time that is remaining closed. Okay, so I'm going to teach you a little thing, particularly for this spell, that makes this both visible and non-visible, alright? Think you can handle that, pretty boy?
Merkon nods.
Alright.
Very clearly paying attention.
Okay. So, when you're done here, you're going to go and stand where I am right now. You're going to wave your hand in a circle 3 times and try to concentrate on the mana that is latent within your body and within the air. Everyone has it, don't worry. If you never cast magic before, we all got it, blah, blah, blah. It's like he's explained this millions of times before. And once you do that 3 times, focus the energy to a central point on that particular doorway. A symbol should appear, and just press the center while reciting the following in, I think it's Elvish. I don't remember particularly. Ve Ektra. And he looks at you for confirmation.
Extra.
Good.
All right, so I'll stand in your place. My hands will move in a circle 3 times. I'll focus on the mana in my body and the air. I'll focus the energy on a central point to the doorway. I'll press it into the center and recite Fayekja.
And you see, as you say all of this, the words alone makes the wall shimmer back in place. See, you got it. Not as much of a visual, but you got the whole point. Now, with a little bit of practice, you'll get it in no time in case you come across hidden doorways and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure your little fawn friend Rayleigh might know a thing or two about that. You could always talk to him if you need more info, I'm sure. Anyway, and he like quickly does it again. Victor. And the doorway appears once more.
All right, then.
Cool. All right. I'll leave you to it. I'll leave the keys on the counter. No one else is allowed down here, and they have to get past me anyway. So just make sure to take them, lock up once you're done, and I'll be upstairs, okay?
Thank you very much, Vaughn. I appreciate this greatly.
No problem.
Massively helpful.
Of course. That's what I'm all about, friend. Anyway, see you soon. And he'll start walking back, and you see him place the key ring that opened the previous, like, barrier to the vault, like, on the counter that's directly in front of the little iron window that would usually be there if someone was behind the counter, which there is not. But he leaves you alone to your own devices in this room. Do you enter the library?
Yes, and for clarity, for the dumbass player that I am,
Sure.
he said to leave the keys, or he can have the keys to take them with.
He said to like when you're done to lock up.
Okay.
Yeah. So like once you're done in the archives to lock the actual vault up, and everything else will do the rest.
Gotcha. Okay. So then Merkon will enter the vault
All right.
and go to the library.
And as you enter the archives once again, you are greeted by this very large, endless space that seems to go on and on for what you can only presume is to be miles. But in your specific case, you see that it is kind of blocked off by several rows of bookshelves. You see the restricted section that is locked off currently to your left, and then just a smaller row of bookshelves to your right. Kind of think of it like a large liminal space, but it's active, as you do see several books flying from place to place over your head, into places that then disappear off into the distance. And you can even see a couple of other people off in the distance looking like ants in your vision. And as you go back to the front desk, where you do find yourself walking through, the large, ominous, dark creature with a mask for a face appears in front of you.
Merkon Silverbrook. Welcome back to the Manadine Archives. What can I do for you, good sir?
Hello. I'm looking to go back to the archives regarding the demonic activity in Bright Willow.
You wish to access Bright Willow Haven's restricted section, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I have. that still to this point, correct?
No one is given access and has it kept for an extended period of time. Come, let me guide you once more to give you proper access.
And the creature floats up, then down, and then proceeds to follow almost a specific pathway in a robotic pattern. And to describe this creature, as I said before, it is essentially like, you know those the spirit creature from Spirited Away that just has the mask?
You mean No Face?
Yes. So imagine that, but they have arms and they're a little thinner. And then their face is just a, not that particular mask, but more of like a comedy mask that's all the way around. And there's like a small hood that crops over it, but they are completely black and made of shadows. And there's like a slight, very, very slight reverberation when they talk, suggesting that they are a magical entity of some kind. So, do you follow him?
Merkon does follow, however, his eyes will stay aware of anything that catches him with anything interesting.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a good old... I believe this would be an instinct check, Merkon. See if you spot anything out of the ordinary. Very well. So, you do see a couple of books that are fluttering about, going back into their places on shelves, flying around like birds would when trying to find their nest, or fluttering about and even flying in circles around certain areas as if mimicking the very same patterns of certain bird groups, such as crows or vultures or even pigeons. And you see some that flop on the ground occasionally before scuttling under a bookshelf or back into a bookshelf where it should belong. The very least, you do see that there are several magical books here, including the very same one that you tried to pick up randomly, flopping towards you until you look at it and then it scurries away. No reaction? Oh shit, he's dead.
I had a little bit of mic issues. Merkon will kind of sneer as he watches us skitter away. As he walks, his hand rests over his short sword.
As you do that, the curator, from what you remember him calling himself, at the very least, or at least what I remember him calling himself, I probably forgot. The curator...
It was.
The curator does, like, shift his head slightly to the side.
Please do not harm the books here, even if they have malicious intent. No lasting physical damage will be done to your person.
Well, unfortunately, I think my mental is a little more important than my body at the moment. It's the only thing keeping me going at this time, but I'll restrain myself.
Such is the fate of mortals trying to find deep, forbidden knowledge, as it goes with many of the dark arts.
And he continues to float forward before ending his little trail in front of the larger gated off section of this part of the Manadine archives. And he holds out his hand. You hear a as the gate opens, as you see a small barrier seem to fade away.
You have your access.
What's up?
Along the way, Merkon will actually speak up. You say the dark arts is involved. What differs it from demonic magic?
The dark arts that are studied here, more for the reference and use of explanation, they value in the 3 different categories. As I pull up my note sheet. Give me a second.
Brushes up glasses.
God, I gotta be that player.
Yeah, goddammit, I gotta get out my lore document for the magic system, thanks.
Oops.
Oh boy.
I am unaware of your aptitude for the magical arts, Merkon Silverbrook. Before I answer your question, it would behoove me to not waste either of our time. What do you know of the magic of Shebdalan?
I understand mana. I understand. Well, I guess that's all I know personally. I am nowhere near as magically inclined as others, and I don't pretend to be.
That is the first step for any student, Merkon Silverbrook, is to admit that they are not as smart as they seem. You are leagues ahead of your peers. Very
the
well.
magicians I've met, they're not like that at all. Quite full of themselves, actually.
You would be correct in many regards, especially that of the races that tend to live much longer. So it is done and so it is said. Allow me to give you a brief education on the types of magic. There are 2 categories that you might need know of if you come across them. There is that of the divine magic that was gifted to us long ago by the very gods that shaped this plane. And then there's those that are the dark arts, the ones gifted to us or given to us as a curse by the demons of the hells. Which of these would you be more interested in learning about at this time?
Considering what I'm here for. Demonic magic, what is it so... What is it so? How does it differ so much from what man can conjure themselves?
What the divines have given us, our beloved 12, is what each of them has based their own presence off of. The demonic magic given to us by the overseers of the hells corrupts the very soul when it's used. You have devilry, which is often referred to as demonology or the study of devils and demons. This magic is used for calling upon the power that the overseers give us, be it for that of summoning servants from one of its many levels. This type is often used in granting one a companion or a servant, though control must be maintained, or better yet, as they say, dominance.
You would know a little bit about devilry, Merkon, because Saradis is a devil hunter. He is very specialized in fighting devils and demons.
I remember my brother bringing that up one time. How many times he had to break a bind in order to defeat someone casting devilry.
Yes.
Seems to make more sense.
You refer to Saradis, Silverbrook, correct?
Yes, my brother.
A very astute student he is. Regardless.
Taught
And
him?
Not me particularly. He is self-taught, as many of those of House Silverbrook tend to be. I merely showed him what he can learn, in terms of books, that is.
I understand. He always was. He always was the best student that I know.
Indeed. Next, we have the foul magic of hemomancy, to the layman, also known as blood magic. All the cross-shed is frowned upon by using your own or that of another living creature's blood to grant yourself power over something, control, or perhaps both. It is still highly misunderstood and does have some proper uses in it. However, most often, a thirst is garnered from extended use.
So the more you use it, the more it can be refined, grow in strength,
Indeed.
understood. I see.
That is the concept of all magic, but this one is particularly dangerous due to the fact that those who do not have a fit constitution might find that its powers are addictive.
Addictive. I imagine it would kill them soon if not sooner, if they were to attempt it. How is it addictive? Would the body not respond differently, or does it override that?
Are you familiar with the god of pleasure, Merkon?
Merkon nods. You're referring to well, would you be referring to Zael?
Yes. While he is just one mere god that is often performed such heretical rites for hemomancers, those that are, particularly that of the masochistic or sadistic variety, thrive as hemomancers, causing pain or relishing in pain, whether they lose blood or not, it does not matter. Point is that this is how it can corrupt the mind. Extensive use is similar to that of overindulging in a potion or an inoculative substance, i.e. a drug.
Corruption of the soul first, before corruption of the mind and body.
This is more of the body. That does lead into a next one, which is perfect for the corruption of the soul, the one that you have a particular interest in, necromancy.
And he gives it a pause. He tilts his head at you, waiting for your reaction.
Merkon, his jaw tightens as he realized he just got a little bit clocked. But he does. His eyes do drift away for a moment before looking back to the curator. We recently had been dealing with something in the woods. We don't know if it's remnants or if it's something else, but it's important for us to know what, and that's why I'm here, mainly. To learn what is going on.
Considering that you're going into this section, I am not completely surprised. Necromancy is often referred to as soul magic among the laymen. The demonic influence is very present, though unfortunately, Even after much study, the origin is still unknown. It is known to at the very least that the extensive use of necromancy tends to corrupt the user's soul if they are not of demonic origin.
What way?
Are you familiar with the lich that plagues Bright Willow Haven, trapped everlong in that dreaded crystal?
Only recently. And very little, I must admit myself. Only what the others have told me.
And what have the others told you?
Well, from what I know, it's more than likely the liches somehow still linger within that crystal, but we don't know in what way, or if the dormancy is permanent, or if there's anything to do about it, but I fear that there might be more to this than simply a corpse in a rock. Do you feel the same way?
I do not feel Merkon Silverbrook. That is not part of my directives, nor will it ever be. I am merely one to pardon the play on words here. Curate your curiosity.
It's no one ate the bee.
Why did he
Right.
eat the bee? I'm sorry.
So
This is
good.
fucking stupid. Sorry. Anyway,
that was perfect. I need that art now.
just in the middle of talking to
Spectacular.
Merkon, it's just like he's like
sees it-
curate curiosity video of the fucking guy eating a honeycomb, and then he eats the bee, and it's just
Why did he eat the bee?
The bee.
Merkon's listening, slowly pulls out a bee from his pocket and just starts eating it. just deadpan, just like a student watching like a fucking PowerPoint. Why
that's
did you
funny.
eat the bee?
It just like stares at Merkon.
Why did you eat the bee?
I don't know. I didn't know that was in there.
It's canon.
No.
It should be, but no, unfortunately not.
Maybe with a
Merkon does
Kuji
not-
because she could pull some random shit out like that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No bees were harmed in this specific session of Fractured Shadows,
I just like-
unless a
As far as you
Kuji.
I just like that would be his reaction too. It's like, why?
Why did you eat the bee?
I
Why did
preferred
you eat
my honey made by Matt. Sorry.
Man,
You like Jack?
I know it has a weird aftertaste. I like it.
I know it has a weird aftertaste. I like it.
All right.
God, he is living my life.
He's
You
watching
overnight.
Merkon. He's watching Merkon outside. I if I knew I was about to have a session with the curator, I would not have expected to be this fucking amazing. I fucking love this guy.
Immediately thought of him, and I'm like, what if I mixed like the fucking spirit from Spirited Away, the Faceless, with the appearance of with the appearance of fucking I think it's actually Death from Soul Eater.
I was thinking
Hey,
I was actually thinking Satan from the Mark Twain movie.
That works too, yeah.
That's what I was thinking. You know what I'm talking about?
I believe so. Been like
I'll
a
pull it
hot
up.
minute. It sounds so familiar, and I think I know what it is.
This guy.
Yeah, kind of. That's like the kind of mask I'm going for.
Yeah, that it doesn't morph. It has more of like the comedy style mask, but it does morph because it's claymation. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. But this guy, he's just like plain. Anyway,
He's rock.
he is indeed. As you were asking about necromancy.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Just a friendly reminder, it says it is known that extensive use of necromancy tends to corrupt the user's soul if they're not of demonic origin. And you were asking about how does it corrupt? What is the correlation, I believe? That's what you were leading towards, I believe.
Yeah, he was asking, like, what kind of corruption are we talking about for, like, necromancy and its effect on the soul? And then he was bringing up the necromancer and Merkon admitting he only knows that there is a chance it's still there, and like what it kind of got a little sidetracked, being like, well, what do you think about it being possibly still there and an issue?
Sorry, I blanked as I was adjusting something.
You're
What did you say?
good. You're good. Merkon asked, what do you think about the necromancer possibly still being alive in the crystal, and if that might be a problem?
Oh, okay, awesome.
The possibility of him still lingering within is highly likely. He was not destroyed, and his phylactery has not been found. He has been merely sealed away. Preventative, but not a cure, so to speak.
That's certainly an issue.
Indeed. Would you like to know more?
Merkon nods. Back to my original question. The corruption of the soul from necromancy. How does this happen? What changes in a person?
At first, it truly depends on the source. It could be a book, a relic, a mere spell. It does not matter. You must try and play against the goddess of death herself in order to become what one would call a necromancer. Defying death, defying fate, pulling the soul back unwillingly, using that same relic of sorts to perform unsanctimonious rites. It begins with just a little flick of your wrist. And then the corruption can grow, much like that of the sanguine users, the very hemomancers we spoke of before. Necromancers have the propensity of becoming addicted to this power, like the very substances used to inoculate your mind. Many of them, surprisingly, used to be very powerful wizards and sorcerers.
Unless you can beat death, there's no point in having all that power in their mind.
Precisely, Merkon Silverbrook. That is what an advanced necromancer aims to do at the end of their lifetime, is to make it extended. Once a necromancer has reached their full potential, their body has the chance of decaying unless they have preventative measures in place. That is where you now are dealing with a lich.
Certainly. Yeah. Seems more than likely that's what we're coming across. And
Indeed.
precisely that's why I need to get into this archive.
Very well. Considering this is your second time, I'm assuming that you wish to view the material and not the memories.
There were some memories I was not a witness to, but the material will be more than sufficient. I don't wish to be too distracted.
I thought as much. Very well.
And he will duck into the section underneath the large gated wall and motion you inside where I think it was the 4 books that I had
Yes.
in front of you. And the one that is labeled, essentially the one about the lich, he will uncover as it does, like, jump at him, and he very quickly catches it, squeezes it, and you can hear a muffled before it drops to the ground, and it looks normal.
There, the little bugger won't try to eat your face again.
Oh, thank God.
That was the book, the Lich's book.
Not the one that you specifically were attacked by, but it was the one that hit Rayleigh in the face.
Oh yeah. I gotcha.
It will be put into the dormant state for at least 24 hours. Such knowledge is very powerful, even when written down on paper.
Right. Thank you. I don't think I properly thanked you before, but thank you.
Your thanks is not necessary, nor is it required. It is merely my duty as curator of the archives.
Oh, I'm sure. Even though you say you don't feel, you must recognize the niceties with it.
That I do. I am supposed to recognize many, many mortal colloquialisms, customs, and ideologies. I care for none of them. Regardless, if I were prone to my hubris, your thanks is most welcome.
Well, I won't exhaust you with any more. I suppose I have to do my work as well.
He tilts his head.
We just went over this, Merkon Silverbrook. There is no one else here, and I doubt there will be for some time to come. Maybe within the next few hours at least. If you need a guiding hand, I am more than willing to assist you in the task. But if it is my appearance you wish to be rid of, I will wait outside.
No, if any assistance will be... Merkon kind of freezes for a moment, realizing what he just said, and he's just... Sorry, I'm not used to asking for assistance, but You are welcome to assist me if that would That would help me.
He tilts his head. Do you want my assistance, Merkon Silverbrook?
Yes. Yes, please. I don't know what more will come my way.
Very well. Finishing off on the other type of magic, would you like to know the last that involves the unholy? I.e. demonic
Yes.
magic.
Yes.
Very well. This one is a bit more peculiar and even more unexplainable than the origin of necromancy. We call it aberrant theology, or, to the layman, occultism. It pulls from something greater and potentially worse than can't be explained normally. Aberrant theology users who imbibe Baelish consistently and often go mad. I am certain that you are aware of the many various abominations that plague Shebdalon on occasion, yes?
Would Merkon recognize that previous creature from the prison as either a zombie or an abhorrent? Would he know the difference?
It's an undead. That was a massive zombie Hulk.
Okay. So Merkon, I heard and know of him, but I been lucky enough to not run into one yet.
I have no doubt in my mind that you will, considering the path that you have chosen with your beloved house. Be mindful, as if one does not have a strong enough will, weak, as it were. It is said that they are the ones that are more prone into turning into these very abhorrents.
It sounds like an infection when you say it like that.
Perhaps some can say that certain demonic diseases plague this landscape, but that is merely just a theory. Many attempts to study it have often been in vain, as it has only been a very short stint period where it exists, or,
And he pauses.
the researchers die.
Merkon takes in deepest breath. Because of course it does. What happens to those that die? Do they stay dead? Do they change?
There have been several cases where many of them have been found changed in death, but only fewer still, at least according to what has been given to the archives and my knowledge base, that they have been living and most volatile. Hence, abominations.
Right. Silly question, but
There are no
So-
silly questions here, Merkon Silverbrook.
But why would someone willingly cast occultism?
Why does anyone seek power, Merkon Silverbrook?
to gain.
Many mages, once they have mastered the 4 divine magics, seek something more potent, either for their pride and hubris, or for the mere sake of having knowledge more than they can understand. Those that are not filled with this hubris know better than these, and that is why they are the ones that stand as the archmages of the Manadine Institute of Arcane Phenomena. It would be wise to know what you're dealing with, hence our repository, but casting and knowing, practicing and learning, these are separate entities altogether.
Right. I'll keep that in mind when I learn more about this. Is the book, like, accessible? Can he grab the book without worry?
Yeah,
Like, is
it's
he
not
just,
moving.
like, grab-
There's
Okay.
like a little latch on it, but that's about it.
Yeah, he'll go take the book. He'll start to unlatch it, and he'll. The curator can see Merkon knows how to, like, skim through a book without being like flipping through everything, but he can tell he's quick about it. He's like finding key points specifically on noticeable magic, any records of what the necromancer has done, and trying to see if he can trace any kind of like timeline for what kind of effects the necromancer has done to the town that he can possibly, connect between what he's seen so far and hopefully find a trace of how he can learn or find more about him.
So the title of the book is labeled "The Lich and the Crystal." The lich in that lies in Bright Willow Haven. That is the full title. Now that it is no longer like alive in terms of the book being alive. And as you flip through the pages, you do see a couple of accounts of. It seems to be like some of these seem to be like paraphrased journal references to an old journal that used to be. And you see passages that speak on finding a staff, and that the staff whispered to this particular individual who did not name himself, obviously, that the staff wanted him to start using magic that he has never used before, but has been very powerful in helping his group, and that he only wishes that the Damari in the party, who he did not name, would understand that this is a great boon and not a curse, much like many of the zealots at the church tell them of. And as you flip through furthermore, you see that the uses of magic directly come from this staff. And in further testing, that when he has tried minor spells this relic has given him, he has noticed that things come back to life, or he can raise the dead under his command to help fight alongside his friends as temporary allies. Amongst that, however, he does feel a yearning to use it more and more in battle when needed, especially in dire circumstances, which seem to be more and more present as time passes. And as you read that particular section, you hear the curator speak up. I would like to let you know that the journal entries you are witnessing before you do provide a much more in-depth look at an example
or the very creature that you might face or deal with in the future, for that matter. They can be and often are unreliable narrators.
Does Merkon feel that way about the book? Is that something he thinks is how this is? I mean,
hey man, I can't speak for your character.
that's fair. I guess Merkon will just be like, right, it's interesting. It tracks how much hungrier it seems the staff is making, like, this person. It's starting to become less of the staff and almost more of the caster, but that's not to say the influence isn't sinking in deeper, if it's like how you explained it. Merkon will kind of keep flipping through and reading on, just because it's catching his attention more and more.
And as you flip through reading more, you would notice that the writing is a bit more frantic when it comes to the excerpts of the mage's journal that you are being given. And even the curator mentions this as a forward note. As you continue to read the excerpts, look at the way that his words are written, the strokes of his pen or quill, whatever it was. They are much more erratic. And when he does point that out to you, you would see that many of the words written on the pages do seem faster and more chicken scratch scribble, despite being legible, than the more eloquent penmanship you have seen before. And as it continues on, you start to essentially delve into someone slowly being driven mad, talking about him seeing flesh falling off in his dreams, the voice speaking to him in his head as if he is being wrestled with control of his own mind, body, and spirit, as if he is no longer in control. You flip through some more, and you see a small section that is a excerpt outside of the journal saying that we do not know exactly what happened during the battle, as many accounts have said otherwise, but we have this last entry before he was allegedly sealed in the crystal by Lord Brightwillow I. And it is ramblings of a madman that says, they want to steal it from me, they want to steal it from me, I can't let them have it. The Mannonite will not work well with this magic. It needs to be destroyed. It cannot fuse with me. It cannot fuse with that damn blade. I need to get rid of it. I need to get rid of him. And then the journal entry ends.
Merkon kind of scribbles down as much as he can about the repeated patterns of what was said. And are there other excerpts of... Were there anybody else with the necromancer, whether possessed, under control? Do we have any idea who the necromancer was?
No.
Merkon.
His name is unfortunately lost to time, as his sealing was done many, many years ago upon the founding of this beloved town up above. Bright Willow Haven was founded by Lord Brightwillow I. I assure you that if you wish to know more about the connection between this particular nameless wizard and the ancestor, you could talk to Lady Lilith.
Merkon scribbles as much as he can into his notes. Do we know what happened to the staff?
It is still within the crystal with him, dormant as he is.
Someone wants it. Merkon starts to have that piecing together in his mind kind of deal. But who? Who else would want this staff so badly? Why risk fighting a lich over it? Who else would want that power?
As he looks over to you, looking over your shoulder at the ramblings once more that are left there, he lets out what you think is a sigh, but it sounds more like a rumble.
Merkon, you do recall that I did say that these people are often unreliable narrators, do you not?
So, it's possible it's just delusions. He's thinking others want to take it from him.
Indeed.
Meaning whoever it was would have been more of a victim to his madness if they were close to him, watching him fall apart, go crazy.
Exactly. Decay often begets more decay if it is lingering near another corpse. You know how the fruits of the land often rots and molds, do you not? It is a similar fashion with the undead.
Meaning the only place I can think of where someone would want to be around the dead. Merkon bites his lip hard. The graveyard.
Indeed. It is a great presumption that any necromancer willing of their salt and practice would be wanting to raise the dead from a graveyard, be it a mere pittance of what one might be, or a grand tomb filled with the knights of old. It does not matter. Power is power to them.
Sorry, I'm just writing down notes real quick.
You're good, man. Perfectly understandable. As,
Merkon.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. Merkon, having gotten what he needed out of the book, closes it and looks towards the 3 books, checking their titles one more time if you have them.
So the first one, I gotta go back and check my notes 1 second.
I'm so fucking sorry.
My God, Voodoo, what the fuck, man?
No notes.
Me bomba.
I am a good dog.
I like the world. What can I say, man?
Session was it when you went to the fucking library? I don't remember shit, dog.
I got you. Okay, it was session 8. There were 3 volumes of The Demon Coven of Bright Willow Haven, and then there was 2 other chain books. One was Necromancy in Bright Willow Haven, and one was The Legend Bright Willow Haven.
Thank you. God, the DM
shit.
can't take notes for shit.
Hands fucking yeah, session 8, fucking catalog that. My God, Thorn.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing I have cataloged. My notes are so bad otherwise.
Me raising my hands, absolute player right here. I do know they were about the Demon Coven. I just don't remember what the fucking titles are because I'm bad with names.
Merkon looks towards the necromancy book. I think that one is next.
Of
It
course.
might be the last that I need.
Very well.
And he will take the cover off essentially like the little lid that's covering the book in the glass case, and you do see it flop up and quote unquote look at you. And it jumps at you for a second before the curator just very rapidly slams it down with an unseen fist, and it just onto the table.
Go, my stand.
The Draco.
The latent mana in this place can be quite tedious sometimes. These ancient tomes, or rather librums, tend to get a bit feisty when no one reads them for a time.
And you just hear a crunch that sounds of like bones breaking, and just before the book is then flipped over, and then it looks a little thicker, but it does not move at all.
Your assistance is very well recognized. Merkon, with more confidence before, picks up the book and once again starts to go through it. This time he's looking to see other mentions of necromancy. If he feels or if he thinks that it might be tied to the necromancer in place, he's going to kind of skim through it. But for the most part, he's looking for anything outside of that specific incident in terms of necrotic activity, necromantic activity, perhaps finding, if anything, a name he can go by.
So, I'm glad that you decided to do this, because now I can reveal a tiny bit more lore. So, as you proceed to read through, you see that necromancy was kind of how Bright Willow Haven was founded, thanks to the unnamed mage. As they're in a similar vein, they're kind of treating him like a Voldemort situation, where they just don't name him at all because his name is to be stricken from the record. And his journal kind of helped with that because he never talked about himself at all. All they know is that he was a human man that was corrupted by a staff that eventually led to him apparently having two souls in his body, or so they have researched. And this ended up fully creating a monster that is now known as a lich, that they figured out very early on. But earlier uses of necromancy could be seen back when, later uses of necromancy. I'm fucking up my history here. Later uses of necromancy can be seen used by a couple of mages that were being very cautious about it because they knew what it could do. And they were immediately frowned upon by the mayor as well as the nobles, and basically told them to get out. Because Bright Willow Haven has a very nasty history with that in particular. And this is when you reach the next page. And this is when you reach the next set of chapters that you skim through that talk specifically about the demonic coven of witches. This particular chapter speaks on the coven that was made up of 5 witches. They were named Eloise, Iona, Olrante, Kurda, and last but certainly not least, stated here, the most devastating and problematic one of all, Vani. And I will write those names down for you so you can have them for your notes.
Yeah, I wrote them, but I'm not sure I spelled them right, so...
All good. That is why I am here. Oh,
I got really close, actually.
And it speaks that each of these witches who lived in the woods in Bright Willow Haven peacefully before Bright Willow Haven became a town basically wanted to live their life. And it speaks that not too completely on them, but it says that they they were specifically worshiping and giving personal sacrifices to the Black Princess Carmina, one of the overseers of the Hells. In turn, they were granted power and somewhat a bit of an immunity to the corruption of the soul and body. In this case, with necromancy, they used it in ritualistic rituals and practices in order to have small servants that assisted them in and outside of their little coven to act as messengers or potentially soldiers if needed. And this definitely saw a lot more aggressive use when Bright Willow Haven was having pretty much an entire private war with this coven of witches. The most renowned of these witches that used it the most was Vani, who was also known to be a masterful hemomancer. Let me go if I'm going too fast.
Merkon is like eyes scanning through. I didn't even hear about this war between the Coven. Hemomancer.
Is this not the purpose of your original investigation, Merkon Silverbrook?
This is perfect. And he'll keep reading.
You see that this particular tome talks more about how she used necromancy and hemomancy together, which eventually started to change how she looked more from a witch to a hag, as it started to corrupt both her body and mind and soul, for that matter. And she was one of the more deadlier foes that they faced, but thanks to the action of the Quicksilvers and the joint operations of both the Hunter Charter and the Adventurers League, Vani and her coven of witches were swiftly brought to justice before too much death was caused, and no more corpses were used in these foul rituals. And then you see a list of names that were unfortunately cataloged as risen undead. Some of them are categorized as adventurers, some of them are categorized as hunters, and about a couple dozen of them are categorized as civilians.
Do any of these names seem familiar?
No. You even hear the curator speak up as he confirms this.
Alas, the poor lives that were lost were had to be risen again to fight their own kin. A tragic display and a lesson as to why one must never divulge in the demonic, unholy arts.
It seems like they grew tired of the town. I just don't understand what personal strife sparked this war, other than their existence, which I suppose that's a good enough reason, but
That would be found in the tomes talking specifically about the demonic coven.
And he motions over to the other tomes that you have not yet touched.
Merkon will hop right over because he wants to continue this little track he's found.
He motions you over specifically to the history involving this particular conflict, which is the one that I believe it was either Akuji or Raylig read. I think it might have been Raylig, where he saw the vision.
The one about Lich, I think that was Akuji.
No, not the Lich. The demonic coven where someone was seeing through the eyes of Sebastian.
The witches.
Yes. It might have been Raylig.
The eyes of someone, but it was the Lich.
I think the Sebastian one was actually Leonin.
Leonin did see one of them. I do remember that.
I think it was Leonin. I think Thorn's right. I think it was Leonin.
Ah, yeah, I remember now. Right. So he lifts it up. It just slowly stands up and then looks at the curator. It lifts itself up and then slams it back itself down violently and just before
Merkon
it goes
looks
still.
at the curator.
The curator looks over to you. This one did not want to face my wrath, it would seem.
Clearly the smartest of the tomes.
None of these tomes are smart, Merkon. It is a similar vein as the unholy magic. I am just merely the overall dominating force of what you consider this to be my plane. And then he pauses for a hot second, tilts his mask. That was an attempt at a joke.
You definitely have written the material, my friend.
I understand the hilarity in that statement. He motions a hand over to the fucking books of the library.
I love the curator, dude. I love this guy. Merkon gives a smile, which I'm sure the curator wouldn't recognize as a very dry, wide, like a very plastic, dry smile. Just I should take this guy to it. In his mind, he's just I should take this guy to a comedy club. And then he goes to the book and starts reading.
So, as you open the book, you are immediately met with a personal account of information that has a very particular type of penmanship. And as you... It wasn't Sebastian, it might have been Rosedove. As you look over it, you see that some of this paperwork, or not paperwork, some of these pages and papers within the book itself is penned similarly to contracts that you have received both from the Hunter's Charter and the Adventurers League. And as you begin to read, you would hear the curator speak up. This particular tome was a joint effort by Lady... Sorry, hold on. Fuck. Lady Rosedove and Master Windblade. I do apologize for the differing text. It is very contrasting to the eye. And
I'm familiar with their writing, thankfully, so...
As you look further in, you would see that, as I scroll up to my notes, that particularly the war started when they found out about this sisterhood of the witches living in the woods, and that they were trying to, from investigation and presumptions, summon a demonic servant to do their bidding, only to hunt for food. The demon ended up killing livestock and provoked a response from the Hunter's Charter. The Charter ended up killing this demon, but found out that it had a master being one of the witches, and also ended up killing that witch in this hunt. This one was Kurdra. They thought that they were cultists of the demon lords of the several hells that lie within. And this provoked an aggressive response from the Coven, where this small war began between them and Bright Willow Haven around 5 years ago. This also happened as a footnote, to be around the same time that Lilandros came into town, but both accounts from Rose Dove and Sebastian themselves specifically say that they don't think that there's a correlation with Lilandros, as he has shown and stated several times that he is no fan of demons, and that he particularly hates witches. The accounts continue saying that the Coven's vindictive nature and hatred allowed them to summon a small army of devils and demons to start wreaking havoc on the town and kidnapping a lot of the farmers and citizens that lived closer to the forest. Once disappearances started occurring, the guilds began to act and investigated, and members of the guilds did not return from these investigations, which made the Quicksilvers themselves spring into action to deal with the Coven directly. One by one, each of the witches fell, with the last witch being alive and, quote-unquote, giving a curse to the town in death, being that of Vani. It is unknown as to what this curse might entail. However, it was presumed that it was towards the Quicksilvers who dealt the killing blow to the Coven themselves, and that it was for basically their downfall, however long it took. It does go further on to explain that many of them were very formidable foes, but Vani was the worst, as she was a very astute mage in the arts of hemomancy, necromancy, and arcane, and that many of her magics could be easily deflected, or many of the magics cast towards her could be easily deflected by her, but several of the adventurers at the time, which were low level, similar to what Rayleigh is technically, would start to fall off and die and be tainted and then risen again to fight for her. One account mentioning Jezerine was when they, as in Rose Dove and particularly Sebastian, rescued her from one of the witches that they were able to slay, this one being Eloise. But it does not seem to explain anything else aside from a couple of battles that happened outside of this.
With this in mind, having read through both of these books, is there anything in the back of Merkon's mind that he could have this any way connected to what the Shadow Barks had told him?
In what way? Remind me.
Is there any of these things where it would he would look at the accounts and these retellings of what was going on? Is there any point of it where he can kind of be like, this might be where this specific event that made the Shadow Barks despise the Quicksilvers come into play? Because they mentioned they got no recognition, no mentions, nothing for their efforts, despite losing someone close to them, the wife and the sister. But I wonder if maybe there's a part of this where we're gonna be like, from what I know, this could be where this happened, but I don't see any mention of them. Unless there is mentions of them.
Considering what you're reading is specific to Bright Willow, no. I also don't think Merkon would know that information yet anyway, but considering the names written in here, the names given to you by Velgrift were not mentioned in here. And the names in here are completely separate to any member of the Shadowbark Brigade.
So, dumb player moment here. Was that situation with the Shadowbarks, was that in a different place, or was it with Bright Willow?
It was in Londor.
Oh! Okay. Brind. My Brind did not... But anyways,
I think it's okay because I don't think Merkon actually knows, because I don't think Velgrift actually said that to him.
Yeah, I guess Merkon would kind of just be operating on the idea that this is something during the necromancy here that they would... the reason why they're so salty and why they're so ready to attack him here is because this is where it happened, but that's his information. Just be operating.
Okay.
Merkon then, having put everything together, a curse from witches. God, thought I already was out of the loop with demons. Now we have witches to consider too. Great.
To keep it simple for your simple, non-magically affiliated mind, Merkon Silverbrook, consider that these two are one in the same. The demonic coven go together, for they are the summoners of these very demons. And not to mention that they rose creatures from the dead. Therefore, not only are they imbibing the use of demonology and necromancy, but their most powerful adversary, one could consider even the head of their coven, the matriarch, this Ronnie, was a very astute hemomancer.
I feel sick thinking of this. Is it possible, outside of Lichdom, that a witch could bring herself back to life?
You see the curator pause.
That is something I do not have the answer to, I'm afraid.
Top the ambiance, actually.
It is possible, with a strong connection to undeath, though if this witch has not been seen ever since her own demise, one that she took herself upon her defeat, I doubt she will be coming back anytime soon without external aid.
Merkon, rubs his face. There's only one thing I can do then. I need to speak with someone. I know exactly who.
Is it someone within this archive that I might be able to reach?
No, actually, it's not, but I think Merkon closes the book. I think I got what I needed.
Very well. Is there any more information that you require of me, Merkon Silverbrook?
Merkon looks back to the book where he remembered reading about the demonic diseases. He takes a very dry swallow and slowly walks over to it. I'd like to read this one more time before I go.
Very well. And he looks over to it. This one is not covered. As he's like putting the covers and the like locks back in place for these books as they lay dormant, as he reaches over towards this particular book in this section and gives it to you. And it's a plain black book. It has a couple of gold outlining it, but you recognize it well enough. And he taps it a couple times, shakes it a couple times before handing it to you. It would appear that this one is now dormant.
I would imagine it was. Merkon, he holds the book for something of a time that even the curator would be maybe a little confused about before he finally flips the pages, and while skimming through the pages one more time, goes back to where he stopped in discussion of the nature of the diseases. He is learning about symptoms, stages. He's taking this as clinical as possible. He wants to know and understand exactly what others understand it to be, so that he can take away as much information as he can about it before he does what he needs to do next.
Sure. And as you peer into the book to get a better understanding of what might possibly be plaguing you, Merkon, we're going to take a quick break. We will be right back in about 5 or 10 minutes, give or take.
Well,
That's what it is, already reaching 10 p.m. So yeah, we will be back soon. Welcome back, Fractured Shadows, Lore Drops, and Merkon Brain Blast.
Merkon learning a thing.
Learning a thing or two. And as you peer into the book about the demonic diseases that are otherworldly and allegedly have no cures in sight, you don't particularly see anything regarding names. Instead, you are seeing conditions. And what is most miraculous about several of these accounts is they are separated via, similar to page breaks in a text document where it does a researcher name and then the conditions that they are dealing with in research. You see hacking coughs, coughing up black bile, sometimes not blood, sometimes old blood. Sometimes something else entirely, but to the point where it can impede the user of harsh breathing and, in general, breathing problems. And it can be accustomed to different diseases that have plagued Shebdalon, but this in particular seems to be unique with some of the demonic diseases encountered. Other conditions can vary, such as consistently bloodshot eyes, blackened veins that almost look as if you're being poisoned. Growing external limbs, morphing limbs, the body changing on its own at will, and even full body morphing to something that can resemble that of a mortal of Shebdalon, almost. And it gives this sense of uncanniness that it's trying to copy something that it has only seen once from memory. There are things that are correct, but there are things that are not quite there. And in other cases, there are with particularly the shifting of morphing of body parts, there have been limbs that have been severed and have regrown. Toes, fingers, all the way up to arms, and in one rare particular case, someone's head was chopped off and their entire body reconstituted from the neck down. But that seemed to be in the more later stages of this disease, effectively leading to thoughts of immortality amongst mortals that could potentially rival that of the gods or the demons of the hells themselves. But as for a cure, none is yet known, as many of these cases, after research has been finished, were often destroyed, at the fear of it infecting the greater population, particularly of Rasdanya. And that, in this particular case, it is warned that at the end of this excerpt, when you skim through, that if you see or hear of anyone having any of the following conditions, to report it to the Archduke's office, so that the Sanita corpse can get to work as soon as possible.
What corpse?
The Sanita corpse. I go back to my fucking notes real quick.
Yes, sir.
Stares at Raylig's backstory. The cough.
Oh. I was taking a drink of water.
I believe I have it here somewhere. Let me go back to my folder so I can pull it up. Did I save it? I thought I did. Ah, here it is. I think. Nope, that's not it.
Where'd I put it, motherfucker?
The curator. God damn it.
Where did I put it, son of a bitch?
God damn it, Merkon. Did you move the pages when I told you not to move the pages?
Where did I put it?
It's a cow farm. Of course, we're gonna be cows outside.
Just the fucking curator sitting in this chair.
Bro is going genuinely insane. He is tweaking.
Curator? And there's a necromancer outside.
It's a graveyard. Of course, it's gonna be a grave. Necromancer outside.
Fucking Merkon in the fucking Betsy outfit.
Oh fuck! So stupid.
This is a dark campaign, everyone.
Hey man, this is what we call comedic relief.
Campaign for adults.
Indeed.
I have been relieved.
All right, let me fucking go scroll up in fucking Thorn's DMs to find that goddamn document.
It's probably in the where you put the document.
Thanks, man. Real helpful.
You're welcome. Glad I could help.
Thanks, man. Real helpful.
Oh wait, I do remember. Yeah, it's called the Sanita Day Salute. The division of particularly. Thank you, Thorn. They are particularly a division underneath the House Zaranova branch that is specialized in dealing with essentially outbreaks. And They worked with House Silverbrook in particular when it comes to demonic diseases. House Silverbrook deals with the problem. The Sanita gets rid of the evidence. You would know
And
this.
that Merkon, upon reading this, puts his hand up to his mouth as he closes his eyes and takes a very deep breath. Remembers something from his past before hurriedly shutting the book, and takes a couple more deep breaths to try to center himself before speaking up to the curator. I'm finished.
Very well. If you require further information, I would recommend speaking to your fellow cohorts, as they were the ones that saw the visions that came with each of the books while you were off. He pauses, having an episode.
With how much has been going on, I doubt they'll be reliable narrators.
Do you no longer have faith in your cohorts?
Merkon goes silent and does not answer right away.
How long is he quiet for?
Long enough for, I would say, long enough for where the curator would probably have to say something else to try to pry more curiosity out of Merkon.
Merkon Silverbrook, it would appear that you are under mental duress. What bothers you so?
It's not that I can't trust them. It's that they trust me too much.
Elaborate.
I know something. Something that, were it known to them, they might. They'd stand with me, I think.
You think?
I know. Leonin wouldn't betray me. I know that. He's my brother. Rayleigh. Out of anybody I know, he understands second chances more than anyone. And Akuji. I changed a lot of my thoughts on her throughout this time. A lot of things, my instincts that I suppressed to trust in her. I'm glad I did. I truly do. But that's why I think if I told them, whatever I tell them, it's not going to be good enough to stop them from getting killed.
Let me peg your mind with a question, Merkon Silverbrook, if you'll allow such inquiry.
You've done enough for me. I believe I owe you this. At the very least. Ask away.
Consider it more the curiosity of a merely curious being, ever curious as I am wanton to be. The question I have for you is this. Is that your choice to make, or theirs?
I don't. I don't think I...
Do you
think I've-
know?
You can see Merkon is on the cusp of saying something, coming to a conclusion, just from his facial expressions alone, before he... One more night. I just need one more night before I'm ready to tell them. Before I'm ready to do what I gotta do. Whatever they need to give them the chance to do what they need to do as well. But...
And how many times have you said that very statement before?
In all honesty, and I truly mean this, this is the first time. I wanted nothing more than to exclude them from this. To stop them from reaching out to me. Protect my brother. And he looks back up to the curator. He's all I got. He's all I have. What am I gonna do if I lose him? What's the point if I lose him?
A curious query, Merkon Silverbrook, with another query presented forth for you to ponder. You are worried about losing him, but what if he loses you? What then will happen to Leonin Silverbrook, to Vladimir Silverbrook, to Saradis Silverbrook, to the Silverbrook family? What then will your poor twin brother have to deal with if he loses the one he cares about the most, aside from his furry feline companion?
To tell you the truth, I'm sure he's more friends with the angel than he is with me, but... And he kind of... You can see that smile trying to come in as he's trying to inject humor into this, but he looks up to the curator and remembering that those kind of subtleties don't land, his face falls again as he swallows one more time.
That is the... Oops, sorry. Go on.
It's just... This is different. What do you do when you know you're an explosion waiting to happen? There's so much you have to do. There's so many people around you have to protect. And you can't do that without being near them. And what do you do if you're the reason the bomb goes off and they're caught in the blast? Is that truly worse? Is that truly any better? 'Cause I don't know. I don't know what would be the right answer. If I run, pack myself away so they can hide, or I keep them close and pray they're shielded. I used to know answers fast, and this one I still just can't get my head around.
Since we are speaking in metaphorical tonation, think of it like this. As I am not one to understand the intricacies of emotion from mortals, I only study it for further research purposes to interact with your ilk. Regardless, if one were to be the explosion, as you say that you are, Merkon Silverbrook, and you are fearful that those around you would be caught in this said explosion, by logical fact and statement, it would be purely on their choice and decision to be not caught in the blast. If they wish to endure the singeing heat and their imminent death and demise, instead of moving away from it to a safer distance, then would they have already moved on by now? That is the query I have put forth before you. And on the matter of Leonin Silverbrook, I believe a statement from a previous recipient of knowledge of my own I will share with you today. He is not your friend, Merkon Silverbrook. He is much worse. He is your family. I believe that is what is the stark contrast that you might need to recognize. You care for him deeply, this is a certainty. But it is his choice and that of his fellow companions, your companions, to stick alongside your turmoil and bear your burdens. Whether you will it or not is irrelevant, because it is not your choice to make. This should help alleviate the psionic issue that plagues your very mindscape, I believe.
Merkon listens very closely, but his jaw tightens, his eyes start to grow a little wet as he takes harder breaths. But eventually he does center himself.
And
one more night.
And when you do say that and he centers, you center yourself, he tilts his face, quote unquote face, to the side, and he leans over you. Just to recognize this, I've been alive and
around for many eons since this very architectural phenomenon has been crafted, founded, and extended. You cannot save everyone, and you should not try to. He leans back. Regardless, that is my wisdom to you.
Merkon, I think would be clear for the curator that Merkon is, at this point, speechless. He doesn't know what to say. His mind is certainly full of the words that he has laid upon him.
How long does it take for him to say anything, you think?
Merkon, I think after having closed the book and set it away, I think he'll finally take one more hard breath before he turns back to the curator and says, "I'm ready to go now."
Very well. And he will follow a particular pathway and waits for you to leave the gated area before he closes it. And you hear the as it closes behind you. And he starts to float over towards the front desk area again. If nothing else is said or looked upon, he proceeds to float back over to the front desk and seems to wave his hand over some paperwork, writing some stuff down, and puts a quill in the nearby inkwell.
Will that conclude your visit, Merkon Silverbrook?
It would. That's be the end of mine. For sure.
Very well. I have no doubt we will meet each other again in the coming weeks, months, or years, considering your work. Until then, have a wonderful day, and thank you for visiting the Manadine Institute of Arcane's Phenomenon's Grand Archive. Until next time.
And he sinks down into the floor and disappears.
Merkon, more listless than before, very not present in his personality at all. He takes his leave and he finally goes on towards the entrance, the exit in this case, and he remembering the steps that were told to him in order to get everything situated, he stands in place, does the hand motion, chants. He'll do as Flan says. He'll get the door closed. He'll lock it up with the keys before putting the keys back. And then, remembering who he needs to talk to next, he will get ready to get going to his next location.
All right, very well. So as you proceed to lock up, you would see that sun had begun to shine on the outside of the... From the windows you can see, and as you walk back up, you see Flan turn around and nod to you. Oh, did you find everything you were looking for?
Merkon, almost in the same kind of like calm demeanor as before, with the hood, kind of still in place that he has since the beginning. He just goes, "Yes, I got what I needed, and I'm ready to get on with the day, and I'm sure you are as well."
Hopefully the old familiar wasn't too much of a hassle, As he's referring to the curator.
Quite the opposite. I see why Saratus was able to learn quite a few things from him.
Yes, when you actually engage him, he is quite the astute teacher. You just have to ask the right questions, is all.
Ha. Certainly learned that myself.
Yes. A very large repository of knowledge, much like the archives themselves. If you don't know what you're looking for, at least. But, regardless, I will be taking those from you. Thank you. And he takes the keys from you, and he closes his hands as they disappear from view in a little puff of mana. Just poof.
Huh. Nothing. I just remembered something, but I suppose something I had a question of in my head, but it's no worries.
Well, if you're sure, I will be here if you need to ask any further questions that good old familiar downstairs can't answer. He smiles at you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Flan, again. Truly.
My pleasure. That's what I'm here for. Be it your clerical duties or whatever you need for this part of the league, at least. Anyway, just out of curiosity, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a new contract that came in via the Hunter's Charter, would you? I believe I pointed Jezerine in the direction of the Charter, but considering you work with them, I was curious.
No. What kind of contract is it?
She mentioned something about some things making some sounds in the woods nearby, though she did infer that it was a contract that she had... and he, tries to think of the word as he puts a fuzzy hand to his chin. A predisposition to a specific group of people that she wanted to work the case, so to say. Prerequisite, that's the word. She already had those in mind, but I was curious since you've been in the woods recently.
Group. I want to know anything about that specifically. At least not what I've heard in recent times.
No worries then. No worries at all. Very well. And you will motion you back to the front so he doesn't get in trouble. But he does tilt his head. Was there anything else I could help you with while you're here, or are you off?
I'm off now, so suppose this is goodbye for now.
Of course, of course. Hodolfi, shine on your day, friend.
As well as you.
Naturally.
And Merkon will finally take his leave.
All right. And where are you going next?
Merkon is going to take his leave to try and speak with Jezerine.
All right. Very cool. So, are you going to the Hunter's Charter then?
I think that's where he would remember where where Jezerine was before. It's where she frequents.
Yep. It would indeed.
So,
She's either at the Hunter's Charter as Flawn suggested because job, or
Yep.
she's potentially in her farmstead, which you don't know where that is.
yeah, so he'll go to the Hunter's Chart because that's for sure what's in his mind.
Okay. So
Go
as you
hunt some
enter,
charts.
you are cloaked enough to where he doesn't pay you any mind, but you do see Ogren walking out of the building as if he just come down the stairs, and he's following you out, but he doesn't seem to notice you at first. And you hear him muttering, "Of course he's not gonna fucking accept just a random audience. Why would he? Fucking dickhead." And you see him like grumble a bit as he sits on the outside as you enter the Hunter's Charter. And as you do, you hear the familiar voice of the slightly older farmer talking to Rose Dove. "Well, I'm just saying, I thought that maybe you could, if they bring back evidence and they get the job done all nutty nifty, then maybe you could pay him a nice healthy sum." "Well, if they come back with something that might be grounds for payment, though if it's all said and done, if it's just investigation, I'm not sure that could really be a job." And as she finishes saying that, she spots you, Merkon. "Oh, greetings, Master Silverbrook. Is there something that we could help you with?" And Jezreen turns and smiles. "Oh, if it isn't Mr. Gloom and Doom himself!" And she smiles at you, noticing that you're looking a little down than usual.
I think it on the mention of that, I think that actually will kind of play in more into bringing out some of his his attitude, the weirdness he had been kind of lost himself in, as he lifts his cloak back and puts on a more genuine smile. "Doom and gloom, me? I'm sorry, I was sure you heard me singing over at the pub not too long ago."
"I don't go to the pub in the morning, darling. No offense. But no, I haven't." And you even see Rose Dove raise a brow. "That is interesting. I usually walk that path on my way to the charter. I did not hear your voice this morning."
"Oh, well, I've been quite busy. We are planning this to be our last day before we move on from the town."
"Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Your friends are currently looking into some stuff I mentioned that could be in the forest, but they seem pretty already checked in on that." "Yes, this is what Lady Jezerine and I were talking about. Sorry, Jess, let's just wait a moment." Sure, it's fine. We got plenty of time to talk about it more. I got time to look into it.
Actually, Miss Rose Dove, may I steal Jezerine for about a moment?
"Oh, certainly, if that is why you're here. I will wait for you to be finished then." And Jezreen gives you like a eyebrow raise, like,
It'll just take a moment. I just wanted to ask her a couple questions on something, but if you have anything for me or anything about my party members, if you have anything for me to bring to them or anything you may need any updates on, feel free to ask me afterwards if that's what you're looking.
Yeah, of course. If anything comes up, that is. Yeah, well.
Of
And
course.
she'll step off to the side as Jezerine crosses her arms, looking you up and down. All right, Mr. Sunshine and Rainbows, what exactly were you wanting to know?
Merkon looks around the room. Is it just them right now? Is it pretty clear it's
It's
They're
just
not
them
getting-
and the handful of hunters that you have seen before.
May we have a seat a little more towards the corner, perhaps?
Hey, man, this is your rodeo. I'm just here to listen. If you want to go somewhere more discreet, let's go be discreet.
Splendid. I like discreet. And he'll lead her on towards there to sit down and wait for her to settle before he...
She follows
Pretty
you
much.
and sits down in the corner with you.
pretty much rips the Band-Aid right away. I want to talk about the Coven further with you.
Ah, I see. It's funny. You were. I shouldn't be surprised. Your companions were also asking me about the same thing. What would you like to know in particular?
You were held captive by the one named Eloise.
I didn't particularly know her name. As I was telling them, I don't remember a whole hells of a lot about my capture. I was a bit woozy. All I remember particularly was being rescued by Lady Rose Dove and Master Windblade, and they told me that I had like a whole sigil branded on my back that still kind of stings, and that I was going to get killed, sacrificed to summon a demon. I don't particularly know the specifics, but yeah.
How... You don't remember anything before? You don't remember anything? No imagery, no words, names, voices, nothing before.
I mean, it was all pretty blurry, Merkon, and not to mention it was about 5 years ago. It's kind of hard to not repress all of that, I'm afraid. That's why I don't really particularly bring it up, but since you're asking, not really, no. All I know is that I woke up in a bit of pain, and I saw those two standing over me, and there was this woman there that was dead.
Did they say anything? Did they ask you anything when you woke up?
Yeah, they asked me if I was all right. I said I'm a bit woozy. I feel a bit of pain on my back, and and she like rolls down the sleeve of her work clothing and turns slightly, and you can see the scar of a circle, of like a demonic circle on her back. This would be unfamiliar to you, as we have previously stated that you just don't know much about demons.
Merkon will take out his book and sketch the symbol.
If you need a reference point, it is quite literally the similar circular pattern that Asterion has on his back in BG3.
Oh. Alright. I will look that up, because I don't know that part in BG3. Merkon sets the book back down. You mentioned a sacrifice for a demon. Didn't say anything beyond that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it requires fresh blood, which is why it was carved into my skin. I don't think I would need to ask one of you fancy smashing mages about it, but I don't think it's active anymore. It's more just a scar of sorts. Well, it would use the blood of, I don't know. She like You can see that she's trying to rack her brain to remember something. If I had to take a gander from the little old storybooks, which probably ain't much of a real, like, history book or a magical study or doodad or whatever, it would probably say, like, the blood of a maiden or some sort. Any kind would do, and that'll just help summon a corrupted version of myself, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Corrupt version of yourself.
I wouldn't really use that for any studies. Like I said, I'm not the most reliable source. You could ask Rose Dove or maybe even Sebastian. They were there when it happened. Well, I think they were. They rescued me. That's the most important part about it.
Merkon kind of taps his finger on the table. I'm sure Sebastian will be a lot hard to talk to, but maybe Rostov.
He's a charming fella. He ain't too bad as long as you don't piss him off. He's not that hard to piss off either.
Bag. Merkon looks back towards Rosedove's office. Well, I think we're getting closer to figuring out your worries, and Merkon looks around the room one more time, seeing if anyone, by any chance, is like watching or like peeking over.
Make an instinct check.
Can I use? Actually, no, that wouldn't be applicable here. I'll just roll.
Very well. You don't see anyone particularly listening in. No one that is in the immediate room. You do see that Jezreen is looking at you very cautiously, with a little bit of a concern on her face as you keep scanning the room. I don't mean to pry, Merkon, but is there something going on that I need to be worried about involving the Coven or something? They've been gone for 5 years. And she's keeping her voice very low, noticing your paranoia.
If nothing happens tonight, and I don't know if anything will happen tonight, just saying, by the time we finish our work, I don't think you'll have anything to worry about.
All right. I was not worried about anything now till you told me, but I'm a tad bit concerned now. She awkwardly smiles at you.
Do you remember anything before your first loss of memory?
Well, like I said, it was 5 years ago when it happened, right? All I could really recall before getting conked out was I was picking some things in the forest, a couple of shrubbery for incense, and some mushrooms for some cooking to get back and maybe even plant some of the fungi so I could have some of my own. And next thing I know, I woke up on a stone table with my back on fire, and Sebastian and Rose Dove were hovering over me, asking if I was doing okay.
Do you remember where in the forest that was?
I'd have to say probably on the side where there were, I don't know if you know this or not, but there is like an older, like, grave area of sorts. We used to have, back in the day, at least what my ma and my grandma told me about, is that we used to have this place where we buried the dead before the graveyard actually became a thing. And, well, that's the rough end of it. It wasn't the entire area, but the forest was basically a deadly area back then. In terms of this coven, I mean.
Merkon knows exactly where that is.
Yes, you do.
But Merkon looks back over to Rose Dove's office. Well, I'm gonna give her my part of my report, what I've pulled together, but that's all I really needed to know, Jessary and I. No, it's not pleasant to remember, but I appreciate you trying.
Sure, no problem. I'm just trying to help best I can. Sorry I wasn't much use.
No, I think you helped quite a bit, actually.
All right.
Take her time real quick, and then I'll let you two get back to what you were discussing, of course.
Sure. I'm just kind of surprised that you're not with them at this moment. They're talking about trying to kill some undead out in the woods. I didn't know about any undead, just heard some noises is all. But that's why I'm here. Killing monsters, right? She smiles.
Yeah, we're... Interesting, yeah. Alright, Merkon gets up the seat a little more hurriedly as he, kind of speed walks over to Rose Dove's office.
As you come out of the little area, you see the Harengon, or the harekin, I should say. Harengon is the actual bunny people. This is a more like a the FF14 version of it, but they're not completely human either. Thank you. Kind of like a Vieira, but he's masked, so you don't know if he has a bunny face or a human face. But you bump into him, and he just gives you a nod as you pass by. But you then, as you go to the office, you run into Rose Dove, who you just bump straight into her. Just as she's about to exit the office, and she holds 2 cups over her heads filled with liquids. Oh! Thankfully, the liquid does not splash, as I did not roll a fear roll.
Wow, you alright?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. I was about to get you and Jezarine some drinks to maybe lighten whatever questions you are asking her. I know how this works.
I didn't ask for too much, actually. I was gonna come to you to talk further. If it's alright if I have you for a couple minutes.
Of course. Very well, darling. Let's commence. And she steps back inside of her office, setting down the drinks, which you recognize is whiskey. She sets one towards you, and then just puts the other somewhere else. What can I do you for? Is there something on your mind?
Yeah, we've been piecing together more about the studies for what we've heard about with the demons. And you probably know more than I do, but seems Jessary doesn't remember very much from her time under the hold of the I learned about the witches, and I know one of them had her. It seems like she has some sort of amnesia from it, and if I may be blunt, I just wanted to see if you were able to explain your side further.
You are talking about the account with the one myself and Sebastian fought, yes?
Before you dispatched her, was there anything said from her? Did she mention anything? Did she share anything? Did she do anything to Jezerine?
Well, when we found her, we saw that she was chained to a stone plinth of sorts, and in some sort of ritualistic circle that seemed to match the bloody marks on her back. We were able to thankfully get the drop on the witch and dispatched of her. Something, your ruse the day that you crossed our Coven, typical villain Scheisse, right? But the interesting thing is that the markings on Jezerine's back did not in fact match the markings that we found on the ground before we destroyed them. And we suppose that perhaps she was trying to fuse a demon that was different into her body because it was not accepting it. We were not sure, but Jezerine did not remember much.
What was the other marking like?
It looks like a typical summoning circle when you're trying to summon a demon. And she pulls out a small journal and hands it to you. And which we can see is that there is a small section that has notes on the invasion from the demonic coven. And a couple of different variant circles. And she taps one that seems to be a direct reflection of what Jezerine's symbol was. So everything is slightly off to the side as if it's mirrored. We assumed that perhaps it might be a joining of two souls kind of ritual. We aren't exactly sure why, but we never really divulged further into it. We just wanted to be rid of the problem. I am not entirely sure, but I do know that with your first inquiry into the archives, that your compatriots looked into the memories of both myself and Sebastian. I did inform him of this, as he is known, so we did feel it when you prodded around in our brains, so to speak.
I'm sure that makes him want to talk to us more, I suppose.
I did warn him, and he said he understood, considering the work that you were going into. Is there something I need to know that's going on between you and the Hallmaster?
Merkon kind of looks at the drink he was about to kind of reach over to grab, then he stopped himself. Oh, no, we're two peas in a pod, actually. Very alike.
Make a presence check.
I kind of want to fail this so bad.
Roll it with disadvantage.
Yeah! I want to fail this so bad.
She looks at you and squints.
He has the his face is just a big old kind of smiles. He's nodding his head, just taking a sip of the whiskey. Two peas in a pod.
Well, I can assure you that whatever issue you have with him is under false pretense. He is a boastful sort, for certain, but he means well. He is not a bad guy, Merkon.
That I know. I wasn't assuming anything like that, but Merkon takes another sip. And on the other note, I'm sure you do it well enough, but if you've been keeping an eye on Jezerine, and he kind of leans a little closer, I agree that that is the best course of action.
A single brow raises at that notion. By what do you refer to?
Mark that still. A mark that's still there. Those kind of things just don't go away.
I suppose that makes sense, yes. We will look a little bit further into this, considering your reports that you have given the charter. I will have a hunter accompany her, one of my more trusted ones. You are familiar with the Hairkin that you have seen with the large scythe on his back, yes? He's called Jean.
That was the one we just saw, right? Or that was
the
the
one
we
you
saw.
bumped into, yes.
Yeah. Just met the guy, yeah.
Yes. Once he is ready, I will have him make sure that Lady Jezerine is perfectly safe. Okay?
Merkon nods and sits back in the seat. I think in terms of what else we found, we don't really have much more else to report that's relevant for you, so I think after we gather ourselves back up, we'll probably be taking our leave from the town.
Ah, I see. That is disappointing to hear, but you have your own exploits and work that you must do. Silver books and on. She gives you a small smile.
He does give the little nod. Father wouldn't like it if I stayed around in one place for too long.
Who knows? You can never really tell with Master Silverbook. He is a enigma, as far as I know. Anyway, considering this information, I do think I will consider Jezerine's proposal for your friends. Considering. It has been a interesting morning, to say the least. If you'll have to excuse me, Merkon. I believe I should finish my talk with her and prepare that this job that was suddenly brought before me. I have to also go speak with Gianessa before your friends return. See if she is more than willing. I have no doubt she will, but still. And she stands up and gives you a nod. That will be all, yes?
Merkon sets the drink back down. He did sip it a good amount. Kind of got it down to just ice. That's about it for myself, and I think we'll, like I said, we'll wrap up and probably get ourselves ready to leave after we come meet back with you again.
Very well. Have a good day. And she walks out, leaving you to whatever you're going to do as she goes back to where Jezerine is and continues to talk with her for a moment before she starts to take out some paper and write some stuff down. It's only a few minutes later that you see Rose Dove leave the charter and then go towards the central part of the Grand Guild Hall, presumably to say as she was still going to do and talk to Janessa, who's the Merchant Guild representative. So, is there anything else that you would like to do, Merkon, or are you going to let time pass?
I think he's ready to let time pass.
Very well. So, where will you be?
Merkon, rather than being back in the pub, I think he'll kind of get himself set up for kind of going around the town, taking his time to kind of scope it out, get familiar with it one more time before he heads towards the woods and kind of hangs around the outskirts.
Okay. So as time passes, it would be enough time for where when you were about to head towards the woods, that you see Ogren rushing in there, along with a very scraped up looking angel. And as you rush over, you see the party, the rest of them. You see Leonin is badly hurt. You see that Akuji is glowing with energy, and you see Raylig somehow heaving a massive, very old and rusted, large iron greatsword that looks way too big for him, and even you for that matter. And you start to trail behind them as they enter the Grand Guild Hall, not noticing you at all, as you're very keen on keeping yourself out of the limelight for this. And you witness them getting a job done. You see them getting paid. You don't see them talking, or you don't hear them talking, but you would see that as you are watching them from a distance, more so like outside of the Grand Guild Hall, you would then feel someone check you in the shoulder, almost making you stumble. And
He will. Yep.
Go ahead, sorry.
He'll very quickly turn around with a "Oi!" So he goes to try to like grab them.
And as you are about to grab, your gloved hand meets metal as you are then grabbing the forearm of a really beefy woman in armor as she looks down at you with her helmet on and chuckles. Of course we would see you here again. Why are we surprised? And she moves past you into the guild hall, where you would see your companions walking out of the Hunter Charter over towards the guild hall, and locking eyes with them immediately as if time is frozen. And this is where we resume to the current time and space. It's around the afternoon. You guys have gotten all of your gains from your job well done. Fucking Juan is going outside with the large sword on his shoulder, presumably in the direction of the blacksmith, and you lock eyes with a helmed Anissa and the elven man with a large cloak around his body. What would you guys like to do?
Akuji will probably just kind of stay where she's at with the party. Not really engaging, but she'll give her a nod, but she won't do anything.
Okay.
Do we recognize who the elf is?
You would recognize him from his mask, as his hair is still very present. His mask is on, and the large cloak around his body is covering his left arm, but you can see his right arm as he's adjusting the mask over his face.
Then I feel like Rayla could give like a very slight nod, but I mean, they were told not to mess with their business, so I feel like they'd just pause.
They look over towards the three of you, time almost frozen for the moment as you stand roughly 10 feet away from each other. The two commanders of the Shadowbark Brigade, Anissa Coldlight, and the unknown elf that you have yet to learn the name of. And as this seems to come out of this frozen scape of time, it resumes as they very simply walk into the Adventurers League Hall without a second thought. Merkon, do you enter the building?
Would he enter the building? Merkon would move so that he is close by the party, but he's not making himself like present or like in. He's trying to kind of keep himself out of line of sight as he thinks about what they're about to do, or what they might have to deal with in a second if they're
okay. Perfectly fine. And as you watch from a safe distance, Ogren will approach the rest of you guys as he seems to have noticed this awkward standoff as he's still waiting for you guys.
So are we gonna keep going, or do you know those two? I don't mean to pry or anything, but, just if you got beef last night at the bar when I was, passed out, I'd like to know, but...
No beef. Just had a conversation a while ago. Nothing to worry about.
Alright, well, those guys are some gold rank adventurers, so I would be surprised.
I indeed given him posing presence.
Yeah, no, they're kind of hot shots. It happens from time to time. They seem to be visiting for a short time, little small spell, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. They seem friendly enough. They're just here for work is all. I think the big one, the big lady, if only. But she's actually acting as part of the Willow's Watch, if I remember. She takes the night shift. That's why you don't see her as much.
I see. We had it similarly, yes.
Well.
And, you guys would be in the front entryway. This is, soon after Leonin is healed by Flan. And Merkon, you would be essentially watching this through, a window. Not inside the actual guild hall itself, just for some context. You could hear the muffle, but you wouldn't be able to hear the conversation. But as Ogren motions you over to Flan, he looks between the three of you.
So you're still good with talking about what you're looking for him, right?
Ogren, I think I got it. It's fine. What did you guys want exactly? I'm free to talk. I'm on my break right now.
We're just interested in learning more about the history of this town. So we're looking to talk to individuals who have been here for quite a while. And Ogren here told us that you fit this description.
Yeah, I've been here for a little bit. Sebastian and I, at least. I've been the front desk fella for... I don't know how long, honestly. But Sebastian's been here a tad bit longer. Between 10, 15, maybe 20 years, I guess. It's been a while. I don't know exactly the number off the top of my head. Regardless, what do you guys want to know? I'm happy to talk.
Then were you here before the Quicksilvers became the council?
Oh yeah, I was. Was here before that with the last two previous mayors, as a matter of fact.
Truthfully, we haven't been able to learn much about what this town was like before then. We would love to hear your experience, especially with the past mayors. I hear that the one before the council was not too popular.
Oh yeah, old Grumplebeard or whatever Jesserine nicknamed him. We kind of like stuck with that for a while. He was a gnome, very lively gnome fella. He was good at the start because he was very ecstatic. He had big ideas to bring to the town, talk about innovation, possibly bringing some automata servants nearby that were being developed, and it was definitely an interesting time for sure. But as his little reign of terror was coming to a close, we ended up getting the Quicksilvers instead, and it was pretty much a landslide in terms of voting. Even the nobles in the House Bright Willow, I should say, they're not nobles. It's more of the merchants here. They pretty much decided very quickly that they wanted Antoine and his gang to come in, and well, we were pretty happy about it because that means we get more damn business after all. Thing about the last mayor is that he was hedging a lot of money towards himself from the taxes he got. It not like a unknown story here in Zion, but it was enough to kind of make you wonder if he was trying to rival the greed of Londor. Kind of funny. But yeah, no, he was pretty rough. Crops were fine that year. We did well, but it was just really hard to purchase food. So we kind of had like a small coalition going on along the guilds where we secretly passed food around, and then there was this whole little stint between some of the adventurers that were part of the Willow's Watch that were more on the mayor's side versus the guild side. It was a whole kerfuffle, to say the least. And he continues to go on and on until you stop him.
I had a question and then it left, so I'm just gonna think about it for a bit.
This will provoke opportunity for Akuji and Leonin to engage in the roleplay.
Yeah, probably think for a sec.
No, take your time, take your time. While you're thinking, he will look over to Leonin as if inspecting his healing job. You're feeling all right? Nothing sticking out? Statica. She's dead.
He just like rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, the healer gave me an earful, but probably what I needed to hear at the time. So,
Well, considering I was the healer, yes, I did give you an earful. He smiles at you.
probably what I need to hear at the time. Yes, but no, it's fine.
Alright, well, as long as all your bones and your blood is on the inside and not on the outside, we should be good to go.
Well, this last time I checked.
Last time you checked, it was sticking out, so, you know. Go ahead, sorry, Akuji.
Sorry.
Go on.
Do you know why the mayor was so greedy in a smaller town like this? Like, did he seem like he had any ulterior motive aside from just greed, or like scared of something?
You know, that is a good question. I didn't really think about it till now, but I personally think he was trying to run from a debt. And that he might have tried to, like, at least this is my theory based on what I've seen with the guy, but old Grumblebeard didn't like to hold on to his money for long, as he likes to he occasionally took trips, you see. He always mentioned that in this town he was trying to expand and innovate, but he needed to go and find people that would help expand and innovate, because look at us. We're an adventurers guild here in the town, and we got farmland and one robot who's essentially the Castellan of the town. We don't have much, but it's honest work. And he took frequent trips both to Londor and to Ingenium to see if he could go do that, but he usually came back with his pockets empty and nothing to really speak for it. So the lads and I kind of surmised that he might have indebted himself into some parties, so to speak. Don't know who, but we can safely assume with the amount he was taking from us that none of it was really coming back. So we were pretty poor for a while. But
No strange folk coming to town.
thankfully,
looking for him.
no. He seemed to have quite a few alibis. Every time someone brought it up, said he was in Ingenium, then he was in Kravitz, I believe, Eldermore. Said he was even in the Silver Spires for some reason. Even went all the way to say that he had went into the Dreadmire. But, yeah, no, he had alibis. They kept seeming to work. No one strange came to town last couple years, and we've been good ever since he left, so works out. The Quicksilvers, on the other hand, especially with Antoine's leadership, he seemed to bring some trade back thanks to the name, and we really needed the commerce, so to speak. Connection with Janessa did us pretty well, thanks to Gruda and her understanding of the Merchant Guild, and we've been very thankful ever since, and the Merchant Guild's been very respectful of our free nature, so that's as far as I can really tell you. It wasn't personal with the last mayor, to say the least, but there are quite a few stories we could tell. We'd be here for hours, though.
Certainly sounds like it.
I think Riley gets kind of a worried expression when he's talking about, like, oh, he might have indebted himself to some people in big cities such as Londor. Because he's remembering how, I think it was one of the memories, like, he saw the past mayor talking to the Zaranovas, but he doesn't remember what they talked about.
Yes. Smiles.
This mayor, after he was beaten the election. I can't imagine the common folk were gracious with him.
Well, I mean, we're all kind of common folk here, Raylig. It's just a matter of perspective, really. It's needless to say he wasn't thrown out, but he definitely did run away. He didn't apologize for anything. He kept his whole plan for the last election that he ran, like, last decade or so ago, was that still continuing commerce and innovation and making the town great. And it was kind of ridiculous at the time. So it didn't go well. We were already pretty annoyed. We had lost money. We had lost essentially franchising, and it was only thanks to innovations such as the Quicksilvers looking into making, I don't know, our current little patrol officer actually usable instead of a servant, that we got where we are now. I mean, we're prospering pretty well, I think, despite setbacks, I think. He shrugs. Point is, he left, and that's all that really matters. Don't gotta worry about him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind, I say.
Indeed. I think Raylick will look to the others to see if they have any other questions for Flan.
Flan looks to the two of you.
Did you see anything? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Leonin. Go ahead.
The boy is deep in thought.
Oh.
Yeah.
When the cults were quite active, do you happen to pick up anything that was weird, or aside from like the cult itself, like
You mean the Coven?
anything? Yeah.
I mean, well, there was the whole thing with the mistake the Charter made, which started the whole kerfuffle to begin with. But we can't really blame them for that, because we just thought it was a lone witch and her demon spawn. It was a really sad state of affairs, that one, but, you know, what can you do? It's not like every mistake being made in the face of a contract is going to go over someone's head, or through it, for that matter. He shivers a little bit. Point being is that in terms of what happened, we were doing relatively fine. There's not really any correlation, if that's what you're wondering.
Is Jezreen the only survivor that's here from that situation?
She's not, but she's the one willing to openly talk about it, because, well, let me ask you a question. If you were subjected to the mistreatment of yourself, right, and you were about to be sacrificed to a demon to potentially house that very demon in your soul to be a vessel, and you were aware of the pain being inflicted upon your body, but then you were saved from that, do you think you'd want to talk about it either?
Akuji will kind of look at her arms, at her scars, and then she'll shake her head a little bit. No, I suppose not. Don't suppose anyone would really be too open about it.
He nods. Exactly my point. The ones you're probably going to be willing to get you to talk about it without having a little bit of a bout is the people that ended up saving Jezreen. People like Rose, Dove, and Sebastian. They'll willingly talk about it because they know what happened. Jezreen, unfortunately, we've tried to pull some of the memories out, but it's not been very useful, so she doesn't know what happened. She just knew she woke up in pain, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, if the others have no other questions, then we'll take a rest. I might have one more question to ask you, but I'm still a bit shaken from our encounter with the undead earlier this morning.
No, of course. They are quite the nasty buggers. No doubt leftovers of the past, but what can you do? You can only muck up so much, and all we gotta send in a cleanup crew. It just happened to be you guys this time. Anyway, well, I'm more than happy to answer any questions I can. I might ramble a bit, but I'd like to help. I want to help. That's why I'm here.
The help is much appreciated.
Really decent of you.
Yeah, of course. And it's really decent of you not to be dead either. He smiles at you, Leo.
He just gives like a fucking gives like a little eye roll. He's like, I kind of like this guy.
You can see him narrow his eyes at you as he sees the eye roll.
It's clearly very playful.
Yes, you can see him smiling as he does this. Oh.
And Ray will lead them to a table in the league that is far away from where Anissa and the other person is, if we can see them.
You can. They seem to be quietly eating in a far-off corner that is dark, and they seem to be conversing with each other. When they see you enter, they do briefly look your way. And you can see that they have taken both the helmet and the mask off. And you can now finally see the last guy's face. I grab him real quick. Nope, that's not it.
That's not it.
Could be.
You can now see that he has a scar going down a rather elegant-looking elven feature, along with two what appear to be tattoos that trail underneath his eyelids. Eyelids. He seems to have green eyes and black hair. The green eyes seem to glow a little bit in the darker corner, suggesting he can see in the dark.
Dark vision.
You do. You can also see that the cloak is not present, and you see a large mechanical-looking arm that goes all the way up to his shoulder blade. That seems to cover his shoulder blade and looks to be very rustic in origin. But it does seem functional. And you see him move it as he adjusts to put it on his leg as he's leaning forward to eat.
Ah, fuck it. Okay, sure. While they're walking over, this might be a bad idea. Can Ray try to read one of their lips to just catch a glimpse of what they're saying? Because I feel like it would not be the first time he would have been asked to have done that.
Okay. You could certainly try.
You can try.
Is this an ability specifically, or are you
No.
trying to read the lips?
Just flat out, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let me see. What would this fall under? I will say probably analyze. I'll say this is a knowledge roll, because it's knowledge is analysis, and you're trying to analyze what they're saying in this case instead of just looking to see if they're talking. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
It's the new Lamborghini here.
A new Lamborghini here.
He only has
Yeah,
one
but you
hope,
need my
so we're gonna
awesome
save
thing.
it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, nice roll.
That's not bad. Are you adding anything onto this, or no?
I was trying to think if I could.
Such as?
He does. So he has this experience, but I don't know if it would apply to this specifically per se.
Let's take a look. Slime's worked. Tap describing action quickly in the moment and try to quickly read over his words. No, I would say this would more apply to. I might change it, but for the time being, my ruling is that this will work specifically to written text and reading them fast.
Makes sense. Okay, that's it then.
So you do gain a hope. You can see kind of spurts of what they're potentially saying when they speak to each other, but it's kind of hard to say because they are both kind of eating with their mouths open and talking at the same time. And you do see a couple of gestures. you see Anissa saying, time, a matter of time before the rest is lost. And then you see the elven man say something along the lines of what you think could be maybe when they leave. And then you see Anissa say, sure. And then you swear you hear her say, sweetheart.
When Oni hears that, I guess what would be like a save for like to not just like trip over himself hearing that or reading that?
Are you like getting food?
Yeah, I mean, knowing Rayleigh, probably if he was leading them to the canteen anyway, may
He's
as well
so real for
stock
that.
up.
So
That
real.
would be a reaction, so there's not gonna be a fear or hope gained for this. So I guess if you're gonna trip over something, let me check. This would be a finesse reaction.
Because I just feel like that would take him aback. He'd be like, wait, what?
So you
Dang, bro.
you bump into a Kuji, but she's steady enough to like stop you from like making a scene.
Ray, like, don't trip now. What's going on?
And as last of that 14 gets you, Rayleigh, you do see the elven man like have a small blush appear on his cheeks, as he says, "Sorry, love." Before you focus back in on Akuji as she talks to you.
Yeah, his eyes go straight back to Akuji after glancing back. Let's find a table. And we'll like lead them to clear across the room, like as far away as they can be. And sit down with his food.
Akuji will raise an eyebrow, but she'll follow, knowing that there must be a reason, and she'll sit down. What happened? Like, what's going on? What's got you in a little bit flustered?
Rayleigh.
Reason to believe. Oh, go ahead.
Rayleigh, as you are beginning to talk, because it was only a partial success, you would see that both Anissa and the Elven Man are now looking in your direction.
He's gonna gulp and just like start shoveling food in his mouth.
How goat of him.
God.
Talk about a mood.
I'm going to miss this risotto.
Always learn how to make it.
Is that why you seem so upset, right? Like, that you're gonna miss the risotto? She'll have her head tilted. Like, you know how dogs have that head tilt? That she's doing that right now.
Yeah.
One kind of raised instead of her eyebrow. Like, she's like, huh?
Arr.
Arr.
He tries to sneak a glance to see if they're still looking their way.
You notice that Anissa stopped looking at you, but the Elven Man is glaring at you.
Caught your ass.
I just do this real quick.
I see you looking.
Raises his cup to him for a second before downing his glass. Just like very discreetly, like not a big gesture, so most of the room wouldn't notice.
He squints.
Akuji can see he's like sweating a bit on his neck.
God.
Akuji will kind of lean forward. Ray, look, what's wrong? Why are you... You have to give us something if you want us to help you. Like, I don't know what's going on. Is this another one of your little moments, or is there something actually wrong? I don't know.
He just calls out loudly. It's nothing, I'm just gonna miss Beatrice's cooking after we leave here.
As you say that out loud, several of the people in the cafeteria stop and look at you.
Akuji lets her face hit the table.
Wait, you're leaving already? Says one adventurer from the back.
Hey, you just got here. What are you talking about?
Oh.
You know how we adventurers are, always have somewhere to be.
I suppose that's a good point, but still. You did so much for the town already. You're not going to stay for a couple of days at the very least, are you?
Gently puts her head on the table as the conversation is going still.
We got important business, us hunters. We wouldn't do to not bring our new best friends with us. Fucking puts Rayleigh into like a friendly headlock.
Go ahead and roll a presence check at advantage, Leonin. Very well done. Gain a hope.
Diggity.
You hear resounding, "Aw, man!" But then you do see a familiar Damari woman, Tilly, stand up. Well, let's not make their last stay too dour. Come now, let them eat and let them be on their way. Perhaps we'll even give them a surprise before they leave, lads? He's like, yeah. It's like they get excited about this.
Leonin is just like turns around. It's like, wow, I can't believe that worked.
And you do get approached, Leonin, as Dandy does approach you, just like putting a hand on your shoulder. So, you're going to be leaving tomorrow, yes?
Yeah. Guess the cat's out of a bag.
There's no problem at all. It was fun having you here. If you're going to spend one more night here, and because we do live here after all, would you be interested in having a drink before you go? He gives you a very awkward smile.
Usually one for alcohol, but since it's our last day, why not?
It's okay to celebrate sometimes. He smiles a bit more genuinely this time.
Turns a smile, feeling a little guilty.
Good. Feel the guilt of the small town logic.
But he... Oops, sorry, go on.
Yeah. Feeling a little guilty at the possible deception.
Liar.
Anyway.
But keep at it.
So, he does leave you to yourself as Tilly rouses up some of the adventurers to basically leave you alone, and she gives you a wink, Leonin, as she lets you guys eat in peace. And Rayleigh. Can you say that on the air, please?
Yeah, I mean, because Tilly and Danny are super nice, but I don't think they knew that they lived there.
Nope.
So when Danny mentions that they live there, it's like when they were at Beatrice's the night before, it's just like he just starts sweating even more, and Akuji just sees it's just dripping down his chest for a little now.
It's like that Key and Peele.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Oh God.
Oh, it's great. So Rayleigh is coated in sweat. Rayleigh, do you peer up to see if the elven man is still looking at you?
Yeah, he'd like peek up over his glass, just like super little.
Like he's trying to hide behind it.
Oh, he
Yeah.
is like leaned forward now, staring at you with a glare. Though seeing your display, there's a small smirk on his face.
He just shrinks into himself.
Can Akushi try and see where Rayleigh's looking at?
I would say it would be very difficult, so you can go ahead and make a I believe it is me forgetting all the goddamn things in the world
Instinct?
ever. Yes, instinct at disadvantage.
Ah, damn. Okay, that makes sense.
Considering that Rayleigh is in a state that he's not looking in any particular way.
All right.
I would say that you peer in the general direction of where he's looking at, and you would see that is where Anissa and the elven man have been sitting and eating, but the elven man is not looking in his direction anymore. He is looking towards Anissa and talking again while eating.
Oh,
That will be
she's
the
not to
partial.
growl at anybody. Okay.
This is the partial success.
Okie dokie. She'll kind of like squint a little bit as she then looks back at Rayleigh. Is there why you're sweating so much? They're not doing anything. They're just eating food. What's happening?
The elven individual appears to be staring somewhat intensely. I fear it brings back bad memories of times in my past when I've been given a disapproving look. And he kind of like he mutters and trails off at the end.
Then just stare
Giving-
back.
Disapproving look from wife makes him upset and scared.
Air.
And probably the Zaranova, because I'm pretty sure the Zaranovas are like, one of them's an elf. I don't remember which one.
Yes,
Like
one of
this
them is
man,
the
may I
elf.
hope
It
I
is
die.
it is the Baroness.
Was it like the matron or whatever?
Yes, that is the matron. The Baroness is the full elf. The Baron is a human, and their daughter is, of course, a half elf. At least you think the fucking Baron's a human. Smiles.
At Akuji's suggestion, he kind of just like quickly shakes his head like, no, I couldn't do that.
It's easy. Just let your mind go blank and just stare. She'll stare at Rayleigh.
He shrinks on himself further, just like looks away, like can't keep it.
She'll immediately break it off. Like, okay, fine. I'm sorry. You don't have to. You gotta show that they don't get to you.
My poor boy.
He'll hesitate for a moment, and then down the rest of whose ever cup actually. Yeah, whose ever cup is closest. I guess I'll roll for whether it's Leonin or Akuji's drink.
Yeah. take two.
On a 2, it's Leonin. Okay, Akuji. And then he'll just like slam down the cup and stare straight at the elf. But he looks mortified. But he's trying not to break eye contact.
The elf is no longer paying attention to you. So when you slam the cup on the table, it shakes a bit and he blinks a couple times and then he looks over in your direction with like an eyebrow raise. And then he starts
His eyes
laughing.
are just so wide. Like he clearly has no riz here.
He starts laughing. He's like, he points at you, and then he pats Anissa on like the arms, like, hey, look at this. And then she looks over at you and raises a brow. It's like, it's like, what the fuck are you doing, dog?
He kind of just quietly whispers to Akuchi, I fear this is not having the same effect as when you did such an action.
Well, if I might give some tips, you might want to try and take away that mortified, terrified out of your skin kind of look. Maybe try like tighten your lips up a bit to make it kind of more like flat, neutral. Maybe bring your eyebrows forward a bit, not too much.
Or you could just scowl.
She's trying to, or scowl. I don't know.
He tries to adjust his face, but it just makes it worse. Like, the eyes are out of sync with the mouth, and it just looks really strange.
One eye starts rolling off to the side as a lazy eye.
This is like
my
the fucking
God.
scene in the Puss in Boots movie where
Yeah.
fucking fuck, what's his name? The dog, the
Pedro?
No, Perito.
Perito.
It's the fucking scene where Perito's trying to do the cute look, but he's struggling so fucking bad.
Gives himself fucking nosebleeds.
Yeah.
What a mood.
That's me.
Leonin, roll a history check. Or not a history, a knowledge check. This is not going to give you a hope, or it's not going to give me a fear. This is for your party member.
Knowledge.
Knowledge. This is sufficient. You've seen Rayleigh look really pissed off when someone talks bad about his wife.
Just imagine they talk shit about your wife or something. Maybe the
His expression snaps to Leonin. Wait, what did someone say about my wife?
I'm saying, like, just imagine that they did it, and maybe the scowl will come easier. Like that.
His face is already a scowl expression.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's the good face you want to use.
He'll try to maintain it and just like slowly turns his head back.
As you turn your head back, the 15, you still see from the previous check, you still see I gotta change the music for this. You see something more fun. I said something more fun. This works. You see the elven man still laughing, but Anissa like looks back to him, and you see his lips say something wife in the perfect time when you look back and he points and laughs at you.
Uh-oh.
His eyes genuinely narrow.
There you go. That's it. Keep it going.
And he looks like he's about to get up and walk over to the elf. Unless someone stops him.
I don't think Leo did want to be too funny.
Do anything stupid.
And then he'll be going to stand up, and then when Akuchi says that, he'll kind of like shake too for a moment. And tear his eyes away from the elf to Akuchi. He said something about my wife. I don't know what it was, but that's the word that I caught on his lips.
Might not have been your wife. It might have been someone else's wife. Yeah, he kind of looked at you when he said it, but it doesn't necessarily imply that he had said something about your wife. We don't really want to make enemies with her. Still need to maybe talk to her about information. Still.
He will plop down in his chair again as Akuji brings up their literal actual objectives.
I had the fucking
Suppose you-
sheet pulled up and everything. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, this bad gets smited. We said it was gold adventure.
He is a gold rank adventurer, is what Ogren told you. Yes.
Oh my gosh. But he will give Akuji a nod and say, "That's true. If we're to learn anything about Lady Brightwillow's," like lower his voice, curse, then she would be one of the ones to speak to.
And if they mention what we were just doing, we could just, well, it won't be a lie technically, just trying to teach you how to put on more of a stern face, stone cold face. To show that you are to be feared, not that you are fearful.
He has a bit of a doubtful expression, like he doesn't believe in himself.
Oh no.
Oh. She's trying to make him feel better, but it's not working. It's something to work on. Don't worry. There's plenty of time to fix the She'll stumble over her words as I am a dumbass. Iron out the wrinkles.
Might be an uphill battle.
I was never good at that. Matilda had to do the ironing as I burned through several shirts in my attempts.
It was a figure of speech, Rayleigh, not literal ironing out the wrinkles.
You see Angel facepalm. Or
I feel you there,
palm. Oh.
And seeing that the elf did seem to be reading his lips, I mean, he was literally doing the same thing. He will turn his face away from their direction as he speaks to Akuji and says, "One thing is clear, though. They're watching what we're saying, and they seem to be able to discern some of it, so we should be careful what we say."
Akuji, when you look back, they're not even paying attention to Rayleigh anymore.
Are you sure? They don't really seem to be paying much attention. Or any attention at all to us.
We'll be like, "Wait, what?" and look back.
You see they're not even looking at you anymore, Rayleigh. They're eating and talking to each other.
Fear the paranoia has gotten to me. He'll just go over to fill his mug again because he's already downed it. And Akuji's.
Okay.
I guess he'll pick up Akuji's mug too.
So you go over to the far end of the cafeteria to fill up the mugs with whatever drink that you decided to drink on, and you do feel someone bump you in the side.
My apologies.
Well, I'm trying to remember his fucking voice. Hold on. One second, hold on.
You be that way.
No, you
Okay.
put on quite a show, you know. Funny thing about that. Swear to the gods, it's pretty damn funny too. And you see the elf that was staring at you getting a refill.
He just freezes in place like a deer in headlights. Akuji sees the same mortified kind of expression come back.
If Akuji would look over and she'll kind of tell him to kind of puff his chest, like as she will do it too, and like kind of tap her chest, like, man up, like, be strong, be firm. Trying to amp him up.
So,
He's giving her a look of like, I can't do that.
So, what was that whole pathetic display you were trying to do over there, buddy boy? You trying to flaunt your shit? Doesn't work out too well now, does it? Look like a fucking deer in torchlight, man. Come on, you know how to glare at people?
His ears are just drooping so far back.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Akuji is so desperately trying to get him to, like, puff his chest up, like, amp him up to be, like, hold your shit together, man.
Didn't mean to offend you. Truthfully, I have a lack in confidence in myself and my
don't worry,
companion
pal.
there is.
I can tell.
My companion is trying to assist me with this.
Yeah, I can tell that
condition.
too. She's quite loud. Anyway, and he wraps an arm around your shoulder, just pats it. So, just out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking, why were you looking over to me and Nisa over there? You want to say something to me?
No?
You were staring at us for quite a long time, like you got something on your mind.
We were told that you were a gold adventurer.
Yeah?
That's quite the rank to achieve, and to see one of your status such as yourself in such a small town, it can't help but stand out a bit.
Yeah, I suppose so. Makes a lot of sense. And no other reason. And you feel the arm around your shoulder give it a squeeze, and there is a lot of power behind it, as you can feel just the mechanical whirs and gears click and clack in your ears. You hear like a tss of steam right next to your ear. Right, pal? Nothing else?
He lets out a bit of a yelp / squeaky response of it. No, just respect your companion very much.
Shh, don't get too loud. Don't want to make a commotion like you did over there about you leaving, you know? I like to think that I'm a pretty calm individual, right?
He's just like nodding, like very much in agreement, like, yes, you are.
I think Akuji at this point will be doing her glare, if she can see them.
He's like leading her over, leading her as in Thorn, leading Rayleigh over towards the table between him and Anissa. I just would very much like it if you could reconfirm with my beloved companion that that's all you are interested in. Because, you know, we gotta help out Les's, little recruits that we get with the League every now and then, right, buddy? And he's like smiling at you, and you can see a vein pop in his neck as it's kind of forced.
Of course, if that's what you wish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Come on. And he's like dragging you over by your shoulder as you're holding the drinks in your hand over to Anissa. And she like lets out a sigh. Yilton, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just making sure that our little fond friend here understands where we stand as adventurers, right? gold rank and all. He just wanted to ask us a couple of questions, particularly about that, right? And he gives you a oddly charming smile.
He just still looks like deer in headlights. Just like,
You see Anissa just snaps in your face, but it's metallic. Rayleigh, are you going to stand there all day or ask your question? What do you want?
like, look back to Akuji.
You are not given the
What the-
chance as you immediately feel the tug on your arm to not ignore.
Is Merkon's still there, right?
Merkon's outside. He's seeing everything happen, though.
Okay. He's going inside.
Okay. Akuji and Leonin, you both can now clearly see this happening.
We gotta help him.
We might.
Merkon holds his hand up to them as he walks by them. And then does like a little hand motion for like keeping an eye towards the others around him to see, as he's also trying to scan to see if anyone's watching, specifically Anissa and I didn't catch his name. Fuckboy McGee.
Yilton.
Yilton.
That is a fuckboy name.
Yilton.
So are you waving at Anissa and Yilton and Rayleigh?
No, at the others.
Okay.
At Akuji and Leonin to make them like look to see, have them both look to see if anyone is watching this.
You
Because he'll also do the same.
You would see that no one is paying them any mind. Though, like, a couple people do, like, oh shit, Rayleigh's going to talk to those two. Fuck, guess they like him or something. Even one of them says, well, I mean, Tilly did say that make a big thing of it. Maybe the bad boy over there is gonna give him something before he leaves. A little bit of advice, for a bronze rank. And that's what you hear as you're walking in.
Yeah, Merkon's just still even after doing the signs, he is still walking straight to Rayleigh and Anissa.
Rayleigh, do you respond?
I feel like by this point, he's like lowered his voice and he's saying to Anissa, like, we meant what we said earlier. We don't mean to get in your organization's way. It's just, we went to the crypt to try to learn about Lady Brightwillow's condition, and if we're able to learn more about it there, then it was a passing thought that maybe we could explore the crypts more. But if it would
she holds
be in
up
your
a
way,
hand.
then by all means, we don't need to do that.
She holds up a hand to stop you. You don't have to worry about any of that, Rayleigh. If you want to learn about the town, I am still a servant of the town until certain things happen. And she's like kind of glaring at you. Keep your voice down. You'll have to excuse my friend. And she looks at Yilton and glares. It's like, what? I'm just trying to look out for us and our good old buddy pal here. Some final advice, as a gold ranks and whatnot. Forgive him. He is paranoid about certain things. And this is when, Merkon, you would be there.
Merkon, almost as if as he starts to walk, you could kind of see if anyone's watching, just more of the Gant, like the gait he has, kind of return, and more of like the jolly old Merkon that he's always kind of made himself be.
Mm-hmm.
And right between, I cannot remember his name. Yilton. Kind of like pushing himself, like getting in between Yilton and Rayleigh. He'll have probably just caught that little bit apart about, probably just heard the word paranoid at some part.
Yeah, that's what Anissa said.
Yeah. He'll make himself very present, squeezing his body in between Rayleigh and Yilton. What was there to be paranoid? We all pretty much did as much of this work out here as we have. I don't see anything else that we need to be worried about. Isn't that right, Rayleigh?
Yilton immediately lets go of Rayleigh's shoulder. Yeah, ain't that right, Rayleigh?
Merkon will look to Rayleigh with a more like assurance in his eyes as he keeps himself in between the two.
His expression is literally this as he looks to Merkon, who he hasn't seen since last night. Just teary-eyed.
Oh.
You'll have to forgive my my rough nature. I'm from Dreg. That's how we usually do things down there. I was just making sure that there was, nothing fishy going on between a bronze and a gold. Because, looking at my wife over here, just want to make sure that we're all good and dandy. He's not getting weird fawn eyes or something. You know how protective I am of you, baby. And she just, puts a fucking, a gloved hand in her face and it's like, I know this, yes, I do.
I'm sure you two have plenty of things to talk about with your, happy marriage and everything. Rest assured, I'm quite confident Rayleigh has enough with the interest in marriages, considering he's got his own to think about. But, I understand from one concerned romance to another, and he looks over to Yilton with eyes that speak more of a sharp glare than the smile that he has on him.
He matches you perfectly.
We don't like to merge anything that we don't want to handle.
Oh, I understand completely. That's why I brought him over here, just to settle up the confusion. And he matches the exact look you're giving him, where he's glaring at you but smiling. And Anissa sighs again.
Is that all?
Your bullshit aside, you two. Rayleigh did actually have a question for me that I was willing to answer before whatever antics were going on. Simply about the cemetery and investigating it. And signs for... what were you looking for, Rayleigh, exactly? And she just has a very curious look on her face, more than anything else.
Well, Merkon looks over to Rayleigh waiting to see if Rayleigh's going to actually ask. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. Not like we're staying for very long, so it doesn't really matter. But if you have curiosities that you have to get out, and he kind of... I think Rayleigh would kind of get the idea of Merkon is layering how careful he's got to be here. Then by all means. And then we can get going.
He gives Merkon a nod. Just anything to help Lady Brightwillow. That's all. Before we leave.
I understand. If you wish, we can speak much later at the cemetery. Though that is when the only time I will be there, and I will give you the proper authorization to investigate if needed. Though I assure you it is well protected.
He looks to Merkon like, is that okay? Is that capiche? Because of their previous plans.
Ooh, I have to think deep on this. I'm sure there's maybe something we can find there, but I doubt we would have much time. So if it were to be something, it'd be something quite rudimentary.
This is expected.
Quick.
This is expected, yes. You did say you only have a day, so we are giving you the night. Considering you have to leave so soon. And Anissa will look at Rayleigh.
It's for Lady Brightwillow. Surely we could spare an hour or so.
Of course. As long as it's for Lady Brightwillow, I would be more than willing to accommodate you. Now, if is that all you wish to ask of me, us, if you have anything for Yilton? And she looks over at him with an annoyed look, and he puts up his hands in surrender. All right, I came on too strong. Don't give me that look, Nissa. Come on.
And I feel like if Merkon's not going to say anything, then Rayleigh will turn to Yilton, and like the deer in headlights expression is gone. Like he's giving him like a little bit of a glare. And he's like, I have no interest in your wife. I have love only for my dear Matilda. And then he'll walk away.
Merkon kind of be like, yep, good said. Well said, buddy. As he walks away. But as they get more out of earshot, Merkon's voice will lower. You alright?
I wish to never run into that individual again if I can will that to happen in my remaining existence.
Yeah, let's most certainly not.
As you're walking away,
yeah,
you hear his voice call out from the cafeteria as he's like, huh? And he shouts out, I didn't say anything about your wife!
He's just gonna keep walking. He's not engaging.
Merkon's like scratching his head. He does this all the time. No worries. Nothing personal. And he just keeps walking with them.
What? Whatever. He goes back to his whatever he was doing.
Merkon lets Rayleigh get back to the seat. He will like walk him to the seat. But then Merkon will tap his wrists, or not tap his wrist, but he'll tap Rayleigh's shoulder, and he said, "Talk later." And he'll start making his way out as he goes back outside. Doesn't stick with the group.
Is his expression still kind of like the coldish, like,
No.
you know, not...
Yeah, actually, no. He looks relieved. He actually looks like it was like you could tell there was that tension with him, but now that situation's over, he actually has a genuine moment of just relaxing before he's gone.
Then, yeah, I guess his shoulders would relax a little bit, and he would give him that same expression, which is in our chat, the teary-eyed kind of like, okay,
The
and give him
emoji.
a nod. and say, I guess like, as he leaves, he would say, "Thank you for coming to my aid back there."
He does a little hand wave while still walking forward. Doesn't like really look back. As soon as he gets outside, Merkon like gets by the wall and he just kind of like puts his head back on it and just gives out a sigh of relief.
Okay. So, as you walk back outside, are the rest of you going back outside or leaving the guild hall?
Yeah, Raylick would want out. I don't think he wants to stick around them any longer.
All right. Assumedly, I believe Akushi and Leonin would agree, so I will have you guys move out until they say otherwise when they are back.
Mhm.
But you guys would see Merkon outside. Commence.
Yeah, Merkon would have crossed his arms and kind of relaxed. He's not at the same wall, but he's kind of towards the side, like getting just about like out of like line of sight. He's not trying to make himself, present in a way that makes he's trying to also just get himself away from the group specifically.
Okay. As in the Shadowbark fellows, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not the party. Or also the party.
I mean, when he sees the party, he'll like it's not a relief kind of sigh, it's the here we go kind of sigh. And he's about to start up saying something, and then it looks like he kind of stopped himself for a second. And then he just kind of just goes, here either, but it's not great. It's not there. Asking and seeing about us.
He'll like glance in the direction of the guild and see that they're out of line of sight. Indeed, it appears that whatever plan they have, they intend to set it into motion after we leave.
As a reference point. Sorry. I was just going to say, since
I don't know, go ahead, go.
Vixen's back. As a reference point, you guys have moved outside unless you say otherwise.
Okay. No, Akushi will go outside with them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just like out of line of sight of the guild in some alleyway at a gate.
Yeah, Merkon was just told about how they're apparently they plan on doing an attack as soon as they leave, which Merkon kind of like brings his hand up to his face. Of course it's gonna make me leave.
That's what Anissa and Hilton were discussing before he made his presence known. We'll turn to Okuji and say, we've been asking around about the Quicksilvers and Great Willow Haven before they came to power, and truthfully, I can't find any fault in what they've done for the town. It seems they've only helped it grow.
Be right back.
Only the one weird thing, though they've said it's nothing. The Landros came to Bright Willow shortly after the demonic cult or witch cult, whatever it is at this point, was defeated.
Coven.
Indeed. Presumably this is when Merkon's like, well, I read 2 accounts saying that his appearance isn't related to the Demon Coven.
Smiles.
I'm sorry, I blanked out. Was I addressed? So-
I mean, I feel like I don't know if Merkon actually remembers that, but I feel like that's probably what he would say, considering he just read that in the archive.
I'm back.
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah, I stepped away for a quick second. Sorry, what was said?
Akuji mentioned how well, everything they've learned, nothing seemed to really stand out except for the fact that even people that they talked to said it had nothing was weird about it or had nothing to do with it. That Lilandros' arrival in Bright Willow, right as the demon cult was just being destroyed, or was destroyed, that he suddenly showed up in Bright Willow Haven.
Apparently, he has some sort of hatred for the witches themselves, is what they were reported. And him having no correlation or evidence is still interesting. And convenient, but Lilandros is the last thing I want to worry about, personally.
There's one thing that I did hear. Ogren actually mentioned it. He was mentioning, it was when he was talking to Raylick about the scarf for Janessa. Or Jezerine, sorry, not Janessa. How the shopkeep was once talking to another fawn one day. Do you suppose he could have been talking about Velgriff?
Depends on if we get any descriptions of him, but we don't know anything about the man, so we can't really go off of anything in terms of patterns and behaviors. We have to actually study him if we were going to do that, and at this point, we've already made it clear what we were going to not do, and the last thing we need to do is let them have any idea that that's exactly the kind of thing I think needs to be done. And he starts speaking much quieter to the group. Bright Willow's cursed. The whole town, the Quicksilver specifically.
By who or by what?
While you guys were doing your thing, I was studying. And what I found were a coven of witches that, before Bright Willow, they ruled the woods. And while they lived quietly and peacefully amongst themselves, a war broke out between the coven and Bright Willow. It's what happened to Jezerine. After she was kidnapped by one of them, she was marked. That mark is still on her. And the most powerful of the witches, before she died, claimed to curse every Quicksilver. It wasn't clear but it seems specific. A curse of death. And with them being here and taking over this town, the curse she left, if it's still in place, I have a feeling the Shadowbarks are a part of it. Not directly. But what they're going to do tonight, it's like fulfilling a prophecy.
And there's no way to stop it? To break it?
Comes down to what we found out in the woods. Those weapons, the spear, and that greatsword you were carrying, he points to Rayleigh.
Well, that's
I know where you
right,
got
the
the
sword.
spear. Where the hell did you get that sword?
We went and fought the same undead that harried you and Okuji before. But there were far more of them than apparently you initially encountered.
All of them. Do they look like soldiers?
Yeah, for the most part. Archers, soldiers.
Merkon brings his hand up as he takes in a deep breath. We need to find out how to break this curse. We only have... how many... What would you consider the time between now and the night that they have to learn about witches?
You had spent the better part of a couple hours in the cantina of the guild hall. And as you look up, you start to see that the sun has begun to set. It does seem to be a little bit like mid-afternoon. You do see several people starting to exit their houses or exit their places of work down the road near the market district, and you see that some of them are heading towards the bar, some of them are heading towards other places of food and rest, others are heading to stores that are still open. The farmers are heading directly to the Tipsy Tinkerer.
Understandable.
Farmers are going to Tipsy Tinkerer?
Yes.
Merkon watches this.
You see Jezerine as well, and she waves at you as she passes by before heading off.
Right now. We need to figure this out right now. He looks over to Rayleigh. Curses. What do you know about them?
Knowledge check.
Knowledge. Gotta be right back. Gotta put my puppy to bed. Sorry.
As good a time as any. I guess when Merkon's like, oh, we need to figure this out right now, Rayleigh will give him a solid nod in agreement and rally the group by saying, for Bright Willow Haven. And think about curses.
Knowledge.
And then I don't think that let me go find the other thing, but I don't think it applies. Involve the history, culture or politics of a prominent person or place. Yeah, this feels more general.
Indeed, this is the history of a magical thing, which is not a prominent person or place, I'm afraid.
Not a person, place, or a thing?
No. It's not. It's not for this. This is more about general history, not magical related. I'm pretty sure there's something for like wizard or the equivalent in Daggerheart, but this is Bard specifically, so this is about people, places, and like landmarks. So, Raylig, as you proceed to think hard on the history of curses, there are the curses that you have been yelled at via Matilda and the Zaranova families, saying, I hope you die in a ditch. I wish that I never met you. You are a useless sack of shit. And other various forms of insults, which definitely isn't the type of curses you're thinking of in terms of the witches. However, outside of that, you try to focus in what you have studied on the arcane, or rather, those that would do curses. And you would know that curses are not particularly linked to either schools of magic, that being the divine and demonic. You would know that curses come from particular subsections of magic. If I can find my goddamn notes. Jesus Christ, I keep closing shit. There it is. So, you know that in terms of the divine, there can be primal curses and chaotic curses. This would be via someone giving disdain through nature or someone giving disdain through chaos and cursing a person that way. There have been attempts to use the arcane and the divine in order to curse someone, but it's more so a blessing. But most of these curses tend to trail towards more of the demonic magic, particularly when it comes to aberrant theurgy and necromancy, but devilry is also possible, as a curse can be given via a demon. But as far as a town goes, and as witches go, giving curses to people individually, it could just be pseudo magic. It could just be like, place a curse on your house for wronging me. You aren't entirely sure to begin with. But it's entirely possible that they could be direct. They could be more indirect. You would need to find a book in order to understand it better.
He's kind of like muttering this. So Merkon would catch bits of like, it's not a divine curse, probably. So the curses tend to relate to the demonic origin of magic. Perhaps devilry, but whole town, that's quite a feat. Then his head suddenly snaps up and he's like, I require a book about this, if we're to find more.
Would Merkon feel like they have time for that? For a book?
Maybe.
Considering...
You've seen this bro read. He just zooms through it.
It depends, Merkon. Do you have trust in Raylig to research the information fast enough?
Merkon, still believing he can. I think getting over the initial shock of like, oh, like, holy shit, this is actually worse than he thought. He looks to Raylig and says, I'm trying to find the right words. Look, just focus on curses and demonic nature. That's all I need you to look at. And then, don't worry about the town being cursed. I don't think it's just the town. I think it's only the Quicksilvers. That does not change how dangerous this is going to get.
were to learn more about what type of curse it is or the nature, then I fear we'll need more reference material. You see, there are many different types, and it's not exactly my specialty. It's just what I've learned through osmosis from being around my place of employ.
Merkon takes a deep breath as he's kind of explaining this, but he does like grab Rayleigh's shoulders. He goes, Rayleigh, I need you to listen. I need you to not panic. I need you to make yourself comfortable in hearing this, but I need you to understand something. What's going to happen to this town, depending on what the witches have done, depending on what is going on inside that lich's head right now, and depending on what kind of hellfire the Shadowbark is going to bring. If we can't stop this curse, if there is one, and if we can't stop whatever's going to come this way, there's a very, very high possibility that lich in that crystal could, and I mean could, unsure, but I think it could, get out. And we need to get this information as fast as possible. And we need it as bluntly as possible. I need to know if there is a counter to this curse, and if there is, how to find it. I need to know if there is something that we can do to find whatever this witch cult is trying to bring back together or planning on in the shadows. If we can find that, then that is what we're going to need to find as well. Whatever the Shadowbarker is going to do tonight, they think they have it under control. I have the strongest feeling that it's all going to go to hell. I need you to tell me that you can get this for me, that you can get this information right now, right away, and get it right. Can you do that?
If a lich breaks loose in the middle of town, then
can you do that?
You've seen this expression when he was locking in when they were fighting the zombie Hulk in the sewers. And he gets a look of fierce determination on his face. Let such a large undead wreak havoc on the town that we're the very heroes of. I can't stand by and let that happen. I can do this, Merkon.
Right now?
I'm confident in it.
Well, right now, don't be a hero. Be the man who's going to find out what to do about this curse.
Then we need to get to the archive. Oh, and the blacksmith. We had the greatsword. It was brought there so that we could have the blacksmith examine it, like she did the spear previously.
Too many things at once. Merkon looks to Leonin and Ikuji. We already figured out about the spear. Can you tell me, do you think that sword has anything to do with it as well?
Possibly. It was roughly in the same area as the spear was. The spear was embedded in the bear. The greatsword was in the hands of an undead soldier. That was fucking hell to destroy. It didn't seem to have any... Was there anything like significant about the sword? Like any specific runes or markings or anything?
Nope.
Okay. It just seemed like a typical old greatsword that was been aged with time. Nothing super special about it.
You were
He looks over to Leonin.
You were also told that due to your time constraint, that the blacksmith would meet you at the Tipsy Tinkerer, or at least Juan would tell them to meet you at the Tipsy Tinkerer and say it was a rush order. It would be on the Hunter's Charter, considering your investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something as well.
Mm-hmm. The blacksmith, through the charter, them investigating it was put onto a rush, and they said that they'd do it. And they'll meet us at the Tipsy Tinkerer as well to discuss what they found out about the sword. And that was a couple hours ago, so they might have answers, but I don't know. We'd have to go see if they're there.
Merkon looks at Leonin. We'll see how Leonin reacts to that.
He's just walking down in thought, and it was just like, I mean, it makes. Can't say for certain, of course, but very possible that. Damn it. Suppose we just do what we were already doing, trying to find out everything we can about it.
Merkon looks back towards in the direction of the Tipsy Tinkerer, and then looks between the three before taking a deep breath and... Alright. Leonin, Rayleigh, I think you two should go to the archives. Actually, wait. No. Rayleigh, you and I will go. Kuji, Leonin, go check that sword.
Kuji will nod and lift to Leonin, and she'll turn in the direction of the Tipsy Tinkerer.
Give a small nod.
And as you two go off in separate directions, with the lingering threat of a potential attack happening as soon as you leave, with the potential threat of an attack destroying the very crystal that houses the Lich, and assumptions upon assumptions upon assumptions upon assumptions being made on what might be the fate of Bright Willow Haven. This is where we're going to end the session, as we have gone fairly over time, for good reason. So, I'm not going to end it quite yet. First off, I wanted to say to everyone who is watching on YouTube, thank you for the 50 subscribers in total. We will continue to be here and grow as a channel. I will continue to make shorts. I will continue to post content. But that small thing aside, game-wise, so considering the time that it takes for you guys to do certain things, there are more than just 2 avenues of getting information. I believe I counted about 6 or 8 things that you have yet to investigate that you said you would. So 2 of them have been added. One is looking up curses in the archives. 2 would be the sword, to investigate that with Juniper, to see if there's a match and a correlation. 3 is to go talk to the Quicksilvers. 4 is to go talk to the Quicksilvers and Lalandros specifically. 5 is to go talk and get more information out of Lilith, Bright Willow. 6 is to talk to Anissa at the graveyard. 7 is to talk to Yilton. And 8 is to go and talk to Sebastian.
Oh Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So,
oh boy.
you have opened up a lot of opportunities. However, the quote-unquote time constraint that you guys have for quote-unquote leaving the town is leaving a kind of dampener. So I will allow you guys to either go together to do certain things that you're doing right now or go individually, though depending on who goes to what, kind of similar in a Baldur's Gate 3 situation, now that I think about it, will determine what you will get. There are some situations that might be more beneficial for other characters to interact with. I will not say what, however. So, with that in mind, thank you guys for joining us. We hope you enjoyed. Please do me a huge favor by liking, commenting, subscribing, and ringing the bell notification down so you never ever miss an upload. That'll be it. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Good night.
Good night,
Goodbye,
everybody.
everybody.